again, during the live broadcast, the public may participate via telephone by calling 310-618-2404. City Clerk, have emails received before 4 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. And with that being said, we'll call the meeting to order, and I ask for a roll call, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Here.
Councilmember Matucci?
Present.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The next item on the agenda, just as if we were in our council chambers, will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Griffith and a non-sectarian invocation by Councilmember Kalani. Councilmember Griffith, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Please join me in honoring our flag and our country as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me for a moment of prayer. We give thanks for another day where good prevails and that we can look around us and find reasons to be thankful and to find peace. Gracious God, I ask that you heal those who are sick and comfort those who have lost loved ones during this health crisis. Help us to listen with respect and make decisions with responsibility and wisdom. Bring calm to our city, our nation, and our world. Bless each and every one of us. Amen.
Thank you very much. We'll take a report of the City Clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on May 7th.
Thank you. May I have a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title?
Councilman Griffiths moved to waive further readings.
Councilman Chen, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items from staff.
Mayor, we've asked you to add an item to the agenda.
I'm going to do that as a council committee meeting announcement, yes.
Okay. Then this time, there are no withdrawn, deferred, and there is one supplemental item that will be coming forward. There's supplemental materials available for 9A, appointments to fill at-large city council vacancies. 9B, the adopted resolution for Lighting District 99-1, and 13, oral communications, correspondence received from the public. And that's it, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Council committee meetings and announcements. On Friday, May 8th, 2020, subsequent to the posting of the agenda on Thursday, in open session as agenda item 9E. But in order to take action on a matter that is not on the agenda, California Government Code Section 54954.2b2 requires a determination by 2/3 vote of the council that immediate action is necessary and that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. I would ask for a motion from the council.
Councilman Griffiths moved to concur.
I have a motion by Councilmember Griffith. Thank you. May we have a vote on that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury? Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. The City Council will consider this item as Agenda Item 9E, recommendation of the City Attorney and City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution that repeals that portion of Public Order Number 2020-5, which closed Torrance Beach, and issue Public Order Number 2020-9, opening Torrance Beach. The next Council Committee meeting announcement is Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind everybody that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by mail. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. The results of this once-a-decade count determine the number of seats each state has in the House of Representatives, in addition to drawing congressional and state legislative districts. This count will also determine how much of the $675 billion in federal funding will be distributed to states and communities each year, facilitating the creation of jobs, building of schools, and many other services that communities enjoy daily. It's not too late to complete your 2020 census. Please complete your form online, by phone, or by mail. Visit my2020census.gov to begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. I have been informed that our local Tiger Squadron out of the Torrance Airport, who has been such a part of our Armed Forces Parade celebration with their annual flyovers, has shared with us that they will do a tribute flyover this Saturday, May 16th at 1 p.m. along Torrance Boulevard from east to west, and then a return back along the usual parade route. Along the way, they will also salute and pay tribute to our two hospitals for the role they are playing in these challenging times. So this Saturday, please look up into the sky and watch the Tiger Squadron as they pay tribute to our armed forces and our great city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you to the Tigers for making this a big deal on Armed Forces Day, because Armed Forces Weekend has always been so important to us, and this will make it a little bit take some of the pain away for sure. And I have a last announcement. As graduation ceremonies and parties are canceled this season, I want to invite the community to celebrate our graduating class of 2020 on the city's daily live newscast, COVID-19 Today. Whether it's a preschool promotion or college graduation and every milestone in between, the City of Torrance wants to applaud you and all of your accomplishments. We ask you to send a photo of your graduate, include their name and the school they're graduating from. You can even send us a short bio, including hobbies or interests, career aspirations, or if they're college-bound, where they will be going to in the fall. All you have to do is email that information to COVID-19today, all one word, at torranceca.gov. One more time, it's COVID-19today at torranceca.gov. Let your family, friends, and the Torrance community celebrate you during this special time. And we really appreciate City Cable for helping make it a little bit different or a little special for our graduates this year. We're now moving on to item 6C, Community Matters. 6A is recognition of 2020 Hometown Heroes banner recipients. The City of Torrance has a long tradition of honoring the men and women in the armed forces. Started in 2012, the Hometown Heroes Military Banner Recognition Program has been a small way that we can say thank you to Torrance residents and their family members serving in the Air Force on active duty, as veterans or veterans of the past. While we normally present the banners in person, sadly, we are unable to do that due to this year because of the pandemic. But we did not want to miss the chance to publicly recognize our hometown heroes in some way. Tonight, we are proud that the 2020 Hometown Heroes program includes 29 new banners. We would like to thank each of them for their dedicated service to our country. At this time, I'll turn it over to staff to begin the presentation. Jill Reed?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this year's Hometown Heroes honorees. First, I will introduce the banners that are in memory of veterans of the past. Henry J. Baranowski, Marines, sponsored by the Baranowski family. Peter Barrera, Army, sponsored by the Barrera family. Doug Crawford, Air Force, sponsored by the Crawford family. Jim Crawford, Navy, sponsored by the Crawford family. Miguel Duarte, Army, sponsored by the Duarte family. Robert Stephen Gillis, Army, sponsored by Matt and Carol Gillis. Philip Matterman, Army, sponsored by the Matterman family. Garrett Moulton, Marines, sponsored by the Moulton family. Robert Pauls, Navy, sponsored by the Pauls and Humphreys families. Roderick G. Rohrberg, Navy, sponsored by the Rohrberg family. Next are the banners to thank veterans who have served. Kevin P. Rohrberg, Air Force, sponsored by the Rohrberg family. Mary Mahoney Campazzi, Army, sponsored by the Campazzi family. Joseph and Brian DeMules, Air Force and Army, sponsored by the DeMules family. Pablo Diaz, Air Force, sponsored by Jim Mills and Gary Pasquale. Howard Feltham, Army, sponsored by the Feltham family. Stan Gray, Navy, sponsored by Fast Signs of Torrance. Charles Hoover, Navy, sponsored by Fast Signs of Torrance. William Ide, Army, sponsored by the Ide family. Dorothy Mora, Navy, sponsored by Maria Medina. Gotti Poling, Coast Guard, sponsored by the Poling family. Travis Quintana, Navy, sponsored by the Quintana family. Robert Sawyer, Army Air Corps, sponsored by the Sawyer family. Larry Dellis Schnorr, Army MP, sponsored by the Schnorr, Whitehead, and Ness families. Kazuto Taniguchi, Army, sponsored by Lori and Terry. Finally, I present the banners that proudly honor those who are currently serving. Marilyn N. Guerra, Army, sponsored by the Guerra family. Daniel LaFranchi, Army, sponsored by the LaFranchi family. Marcus McIntosh, Army, sponsored by the Friends of the McIntosh family. Jack Parker, Coast Guard, sponsored by the Parker family. And Samantha Zalata, Army, sponsored by the Walther family. Those are our banners this year. Anyone who is interested in the program can find more information at torranceca.gov/hometownheroes. The photos are all available online there now, and video from the meeting will be posted there tomorrow. Thank you, Mayor and Council. That concludes the presentation of the banners.
Mayor, I believe that you're muted.
I was muted. Sorry. Thank you, Jill. I know we all look forward to seeing the banners hung along Torrance Boulevard and throughout the city each year. This year especially, it will be something positive for our community. Also, thank you to the honorees and to their families and friends who sponsored the banners for your patience and understanding this year. And on behalf of my colleagues on the council, I salute each and every member of our new banner family who so proudly served our military or continuing to serve in our military, and know that Torrance is so proud of each and every one of you and all of those who are serving, whether domestically or on foreign soil. Now we'll have to move on to item 6B, which is a proclamation declaring May 15th through the 17th, 2020, for observance of Armed Forces Day and Torrance's salute to the United States military. As you know, the coronavirus pandemic has affected many programs in our city, from recreation classes to our city council meetings. We have had to adjust, rethink, and reschedule our normal business as the days passed. We held on to the hope that one long-standing tradition could remain. Torrance's legacy of the Armed Forces Day celebration began under the leadership of Mayor Albert Einstein in 1960 and has grown throughout the years to be considered a Southern California tradition. According to Mayor Eisen, the parade was to increase public respect and understanding for military service and promote civic military relationships. And over the past 60 years, we have done just that. Unfortunately, due to the uncertainties related to the pandemic, we had to make the difficult decision to cancel the 61st Annual Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration that was scheduled for this weekend. The Torrance Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration has always been a weekend in which the community, visitors from across our country, and military come together to honor our nation's men and women of the military forces that have defended our country, ensured our freedom, and upheld the beliefs and principles that this great nation was built on. This weekend should be no different. Though we are unable to cheer on our troops down Torrance Boulevard, I urge you to join us in showing your appreciation for our veterans who have served, those who continue to serve, and those who lost their lives serving in the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and now the newest branch, the Space Force. Please show your continued support and gratitude in other ways as we safely celebrate Armed Forces Day and salute our United States military. And I would encourage everybody, when you see a member of the military in their uniform, make sure you say thank you for your service, because their service is so important to the freedoms that we do have. Lieutenant Cody Charlie, Armed Forces Day Parade and Celebration Director, will accept a proclamation on behalf of the Armed Forces Day Committee. We will also be sending proclamations of appreciation to each military branch to thank them for the sacrifices they continue to make in order to protect our country. Councilmember Goodrich, will you please read this proclamation?
Yes, Mayor, I'd be honored to. Whereas Armed Forces Day is celebrated on the third Saturday in May, and whereas Armed Forces Day is a joint celebration of all 6 branches of the United States military. The day honors all people currently serving in the United States Armed Forces, and whereas this includes the men and women who have served or are serving in the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Coast Guard, the newly created Space Force, and the National Guard and Reserve components. And whereas it is with a heavy heart that the city of Torrance had to cancel the long-time tradition of our annual Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration due to the uncertainties related to COVID-19. And whereas the Torrance Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration has always been a weekend in which the community, visitors, and military come together to honor our nation's men and women of the military forces that have defended our country, ensured our freedom, and upheld the beliefs and principles that this great nation was built upon. And whereas, though we are unable to honor our military down Torrance Boulevard, we can still safely show our support and gratitude by hanging flags in front of our homes, donating to the USO, sending care packages, writing thank you notes, and much more to keep the spirit of the Torrance Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration alive.
Lieutenant Charlie, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. For 60 years, the city of Torrance has faithfully supported the Armed Forces Day Parade despite periodic anti-war sentiments and economic hard times. In 1979, the parade was almost canceled due to lack of funds brought about by the passage of Proposition 13 in California. However, the public outcry over canceling the event brought the community together and revived the parade. We know that if funds were the case this year, our community would have yet again come together. But this year, for the safety of our community, we're asking you to come together by staying apart. It deeply saddens us that we had to cancel this year's celebration, but there are still several ways you can still safely honor our military personnel. As previously stated, you can hang flags outside your homes, write thank you letters to troops and veterans, donate to one of the many nonprofit organizations that support the military. One, of course, is the Bob Hope USO, which is an active participant of our Armed Forces Day parade and celebration, and it's also our nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in our military and their families. They remain in close alignment with military commands and support the emergent needs of our armed forces. During this unprecedented time, the USO's mission of strengthening service members by keeping them connected to family, home, and country is more critical than ever before. Help us support the families and individuals who are already sacrificing while they continue to serve the country and carry out our missions around the world. You can find information about supporting the Bob Hope USO and many other ways to honor our military at torranceca.gov/AFD. We hope you will join us in keeping the spirit of our joint military celebration alive so that we can continue to demonstrate an appreciation for the sacrifices the men and women of the United States Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and the Space Force have made to secure our freedoms. On behalf of the Armed Forces Day Parade and Celebration Committee, thank you for the sentiment. I will be sure to share your appreciation with our committee members. Thank you again.
Thank you, Lieutenant. We appreciate those kind words about our military and about our Armed Forces Day celebration. We certainly have a void this year, but I think all the suggestions made are important. We still can celebrate our military, even though it's not going to be with a big parade coming down the middle of Torrance Boulevard. And now we'll move on to item 6C. 6C is from the city manager to give us an update on COVID-19.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Leroy Jackson. Tonight, I am pleased to share with you that while the city is still responding to our local, county, and state emergency, we are actively into the recovery phase of dealing with the emergency. Per City Council's request, letters were sent to LA County supervisors and Barbara Farrar, the director of Los Angeles County Health Department of Public Health, encouraging them to consider the city's request to reopen our city's economy under a local order developed in concurrence with Los Angeles County's Public Health Department, which will continue to protect the safety and health of our residents. We will continue to urge the state of California and Los Angeles County to provide advance notice to allow businesses the opportunity to prepare for the reopening during future stages. On May 8th, LA County Department of Health issued specific Stage 2 guidelines, which have been posted on the City Business Resource website, www.cityoftorrance.com/reopening. Under the current Stage 2 of the LA County Safer at Home order, the businesses that are open since last Friday, May 8th, include bookstores, music stores, toy stores, florists, car dealerships, sporting goods, retailers, and trails. An email blast was sent sharing our business resource information with the business community. Questions can be directed to the Office of Economic Development either via email, economicdevelopment@torrance.ca.gov, or via phone, 310-618-5807. Furthermore, in anticipation of easing of current restrictions during the future stages, we encourage businesses to plan for reopening with the following anticipated modifications. Maintain social distancing, require face coverings for staff and customers, placement of signs with public health messaging, placement of hand sanitizers for employees and the public, installing sneeze guards, queuing markings to secure social distancing for customers and employees, potential curbside pickup, and traffic control. The City of Torrance will continue to monitor all federal, state, county guidelines and share our information with our business and community. The city's economic development team will host webinars to assist various business sectors with developing their reopening plans, and again, can be reached by phone and email. It is our hope that we will be able to reopen our facilities in the near future, but we're waiting for county authorization. Since our last meeting on Tuesday, May 5th, we have opened the Madrona Marsh Preserve to visitors with an appointment, as well as open Sierra Golf Course. The city manager and the mayor are also working with South Bay elected officials, city managers, and the LA County rep on the reopening plans for the beaches, and anticipate opening of the beaches tomorrow, Wednesday, May 13th. Later in this agenda, the City Council will be asked to approve of the opening of Torrance Beach, reflecting the county's actions. We continue to seek county concurrence in opening up other sport facilities that can conform to the approved health guidelines. We'll begin tonight's presentation with a briefing by the fire chief and the EOSD director, and then we will be available for questions. Chief?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Last week, if you recall, we had May 15th at the top of this slide. We have changed that date to May 8th as Los Angeles County Public Health has moved out on some actions last Friday, in May 8th. The safer at home order remains, but additional updates will be provided as we move through the recovery stages. We continue to have a focused effort towards recovery. Our Assistant City Manager, Ram Chaporian, will provide more details on our continued efforts towards our recovery plan as he shares the City of Torrance's outreach plan. As we move in this direction, we need to remain focused on what helped flatten the curve: social distancing, wearing face coverings, and minimizing large gatherings. Each day as we shift towards recovery, we are closely monitoring our call volume, which would include beyond the City of Torrance. Overall, call volume remains below average, which is a good sign. As we move towards recovery, I think it's important to share some of the phases of emergency management as outlined by FEMA. These 4 phases serve as our guide as we move through an incident, an emergency cycle. The length of the cycle is truly dependent on the type and nature of the incident. As an example, the incident cycle for the Northbridge earthquake lasted over 20 years. I share this because each incident has its own unique challenges. The phases of an emergency start off with prevention, preparedness, which truly just focuses in on creating emergency plans, which would include training and exercises for a disaster. The next phase is response, similar to where we are right now. This is the most dynamic phase, and is a phase we are currently in. The focus of this phase is life safety, incident stabilization, property and quality of life preservation. As we transition from a response phase, we are moving towards a recovery phase. The recovery phase focuses on restoring critical business functions to stabilize day-to-day services and increase capacity to continue to serve our community after a disaster. The recovery phase allows organizations to return to normal service levels as soon as possible, which would include businesses. Dr. Fauci shared today one of the keys to developing a long, sustained recovery through this COVID incident is a 14-day decline in cases. This is a major checkpoint that states should meet before reopening. This is truly a balancing act as we manage the surge that will occur as we begin to move out on opening more areas of our community. And the last phase is mitigation, which is really an after-action review of all those lessons learned so that we can apply them in the event we have another disaster or another COVID situation. With that, we also, a part of that recovery phase, we closely monitor, stay connected with our local hospitals. We monitor their census on a daily basis. And in fact, we monitor the census bed availability throughout the county. We continue to remain at the ready if they need any assistance. We continue to work with our long-term care facilities. The elderly patients and the staff remain a top priority for us. We continue to assure the facilities have adequate personal protective equipment, PPE, that their staff is complying with wellness checks on a daily basis, and the management team is communicating with LA County Public Health on a daily basis. Lastly, as the county begins to increase testing sites around the area, we'll begin to phase back our home testing program. The program was highly successful and innovative, and at the tip of the spear at the beginning of the COVID-19 incident. To date, we've tested over 80 local seniors. So with that, I will turn over the presentation to our EOC Director and Assistant City Manager, Aram Shaporian.
Thank you very much, Chief Mayor and City Council. Aram Shaporian, Assistant City Manager, also in current capacity as EOC Director. Just want to provide a quick update since last week. Our efforts have been focused on recovery as shared by Mr. Jackson and Chief Cerna. And as we wind down some of the programs, just want to mention our Torrance Cares to Go program has served the grocery delivery service to our seniors and individuals with underlying health conditions. Over 1,200 deliveries have been made, and this is just short of phenomenal. I want to thank all the departments and our community involved. The last day for orders is this Friday, May 15th. So if you want to place an order, please visit cityoftorranceca.com. Torrance Cares Farmers Market is now offering curbside pickup, available every Tuesday and Saturday, and this is another way we're helping our seniors without having to get out of their vehicles and still obtain fresh produce. Madrona Marsh opened on May 7th, and you may make appointments and visit Thursday through Saturday. We're open from 10 to 3. Sierra Golf Course opened last Saturday, May 9th, and public may also utilize the facility with the social distancing and face coverings. And we've also established a business resource page to share the draft guidelines that the city prepared. In addition, we have posted the specific guidelines issued by LA County Department of Health. In essence, we're being proactive in giving our businesses a roadmap in preparation as the county provides specific guidelines. The county has shared with the public there are 5 stages to the reopening process. We are currently in stage 2, the May 8 portion, which allowed for pickup only, curbside delivery, florists, some retailers, car dealerships, golf courses, and trails. Additional measures will follow, which will address low-risk businesses such as manufacturing, offices, retail, essential healthcare, outdoor recreation libraries, museums, cultural centers, and galleries. And the county will continue to monitor the impacts to hospitals, infection rates, and make adjustments to advance us to the next stages, which will elevate the exposure of the community to other activities, including what they consider higher risk businesses, such as body art, massage bars and nightclubs, movie theaters, bowling alleys, schools, colleges and universities. I may add, the California State University System has announced during the fall they'll be conducting online classes at this time. Stage 4 will expand to entertainment venues, conventions, sports, and spectator events. And then lastly, which is what we're all aiming for, is stage 5, which is a return to normalcy, resuming full operations. Our business assistance program, which council approved last week, provides transit occupancy tax, fire inspection, water service fee for small businesses to defer. We also are able to temporary parking lot permits for complying with COVID-19 protocols. And the city parking agreements with some conditional use permit modifications will be allowed, and then some building permit fees will be subsidized. And on the case-by-case basis, we'll have additional financial assistance available. And a special thank you to Fran Fulton for all of her efforts in establishing this program. And you may contact Fran directly through our Office of Economic Development at economicdevelopment@torranceca.gov. And we also encourage businesses and the public to visit us at cityoftorranceca.com reopening. And with that, I just want to remind everyone to please visit our city website. We're back operational. Call us with any questions, 310-618-5880. Follow us on social media and check out our Torrance alerts. We send daily updates at 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. with the latest information. And we provide our daily COVID-19 Today show on City Cable, Spectrum 3, Fios 31, and over-the-air 25.2. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Now we're available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have some questions. I saw Councilmember Griffith was the first up, and then Councilmember Chen will follow him.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, again for your updates and all the work that you put into to try to keep us all apprised of what's happening with all of this through the recovery phases. And I'm really thankful that we've started to open things up, and especially in regards to our businesses that we've reopened. But my concern is in regards to curbside delivery. I don't see anywhere in the stages where we go beyond curbside delivery, and I'm concerned that I don't know where that is, and I was wondering if staff has any idea when we can move beyond curbside delivery in regards to the stages that are presented.
We'd say that the county has, this is Leroy Jackson, county's divided phase 2 into sub-phases, A, B, C, D. As we move through those, they've indicated they will open up stores, restaurants, and other things, but they will have to have guidelines in place. They have not produced those or shared them at this time. We believe we know where they're going, so we're attempting to get ahead of the curve and try establishing what those guidelines will be, and then seeing how we can assist businesses once they hit the ground to be able to open up more to people visiting them and coming into their stores.
Yeah, just, curbside is better than nothing, but I have a hard time shopping for toys or clothes or stuff like that sitting at the curb, and why don't people might as well just order online rather than go curbside? And so it seems like almost a pointless step, except for the fact that if you do pick it up curbside, we gain the full sales tax benefit, and that is really important. So I do encourage people to do the curbside if you can, but obviously we got a long ways to go, and hopefully that being able to get actually into the store so you can see the merchandise and make selections will happen sooner rather than later, because I just don't think that this is going to be a significant benefit to our businesses that have been allowed to open, and certainly would like to request that we push hard for getting our stores further open. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen, followed by Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you. Big thank you to the staff. You guys have been doing a tremendous job, especially helping those who really need help, like our seniors and who can't get out. And thank you also for sending the letters out last week to our county leadership, sharing with them our proactive plans to open up our city, because our city has some unique features that may be unlike the other 87 cities in the LA County. What I'd like to do is, if I may, is I'd like to request the staff to send a follow-up letter to the LA County supervisors and public health that the city of Torrance has met the guidelines for both the state and county to enter stage 2, that our hospitals have sufficient surge capacity, that we have sufficient testing capacity. We understand our COVID-19 deaths are contained in the long-term or nursing facilities, and their processes have been tightened up to protect those residents. Our plan to proceed is based on science and data for the city of Torrance. We're not speaking for other parts, just for the city of Torrance. And we intend to follow the detailed Torrance City guidelines to enter stage 2 by May 15, 2020, unless there's an objection from the county. That's the spirit of what I'm saying, not word by word. Because I know we sent a letter and we're waiting. That's just my request, that we can do something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions. One, I'm wondering why Councilmember Griffiths is shopping for toys, but perhaps that's a different conversation. Sorry, I just thought that was kind of funny. Number 2, we have a lot of breweries in our city here, and just wanted some clarification. I know our restaurants are going to be able to open up at 25% capacity. Are the breweries going to be treated as restaurants?
I would think they would be, but we're going to have to explore again with the county on their definitions and work with them. But we certainly can express our intent that we see them as the same as restaurants.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Again, that might be something to be included in the letter of follow-up that Councilman Chin brought up. We can seek clarification of several of these points that are fuzzy in the plan as it stands right now, and give us again headway so we can begin helping our businesses get ready to step through the doorway when it's offered.
Yeah, that's correct. And we've had a number of conversations. I know I've personally had some, as well as staff, with Dr. Ferrer's office, asking for guidance, specifically mattress stores. They thought that they had a reason that they could be wide open. Car washes, initially the county said all car washes are closed. Then apparently they asked their county council to give them a legal opinion, and they said self-service car washes are okay to be open. We've been trying to get some information about dog groomers, barbershops, all of that, to try and get the information on when it's coming. But the interesting thing is, we always say we have between 10 and 13,000 businesses. Some days it seems like each one of them is a special business unto their own, so they have a reason why they should be wide open and should not be, or should be closed. But it's hopefully we'll get at. I think going back this direction will be a little bit easier than before, when they were saying this is essential, this is not essential. I think they've seen a number of ones that they understand, and sidewalk or curbside shopping is not the best thing in the world, but as Councilmember Griffith pointed out, the benefits not only to the city but to the small businesses. A lot of our really small businesses can really maybe help survive if we do some curbside purchases from them. I know they can, come out with your size of your jacket or whatever you're purchasing, and maybe be able to work it that way. But I'm kind of hopeful that when we show that we fit within all the guidelines, perhaps they will understand. But we still are part of Los Angeles County, and we're under the guidance of the public health of Los Angeles County, and then on top of that, then we also have the state of California. But we are certainly showing that Torrance is different, and will always be different. And as Councilmember Chen pointed out, we're very fortunate. We have two major hospitals in our community. They were geared up for the pandemic, and were ready, willing, and able, as their CEOs both said. They were ready for the worst case scenario. And fortunately, we never got to the worst case scenario, but they know that they can do it again. They have assured us that if there is a spike, or if there is a repeat of what occurred, or even worse than that, they can get up to speed very rapidly. And so that takes care of that one checklist item. So I think when you look at all the checklists, if nothing else, we can look as to be the yardstick where the city should be measured at least, so that they can find some guidance from us. Are there any other questions from the council? Seeing none, I think we'll take a motion to accept and file.
Councilmember Goodrich, motion to accept and file.
Councilman Chin with second.
We have a vote, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. Seeing there are no items on the consent calendar for this evening, we are now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. If any members of the public wish to speak on items 9A, 9B, 9C, or 9D, or 9E, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Again, 618-2404. I would also like to remind those of you who applied for the city council vacancy to please call in at this time. And now we move on to item 9A, from the city clerk to make an appointment to fill the at-large city council vacancy. Expenditure is none. The recommendation of the city clerk is that the city council take action to fill a vacancy of the city council by appointment from a list of qualified applicants. City clerk, is there anything you'd like to add or subtract or multiply or divide to that?
Yes, Your Honor. I would just like to remind the council that the City of Torrance has a history of appointing council members using the same process that is used for commission appointments. There is no written procedure, and I'm available for questions.
Okay. Well, are there any questions from the council of the city clerk? The methodology that is used for appointments of our commissioners and for our last appointments or to the city council has always been that we will take nominations from the members that are now sitting. We start with the highest seniority and go down to the newest seniority. After we have expanded, everybody gets an opportunity to nominate at least one person if they so desire. But if somebody else nominates that person, you certainly don't have to nominate. There is no seconds required to be nominated. And then we take a vote. If we are living in a great society and a great world, it happens in one vote. I'm not going to be even naive enough to think that would occur because there are so many great people who have taken the time to apply for this position, knowing that we're in the midst of a pandemic, which is a health crisis globally, and there's an economic anomaly that we are going to be addressing in short order in the next hours, if not minutes, and certainly in the foreseeable days, weeks, months, and years. And yet they each came forward and put themselves out there to come on board and help us out. So at this time, I'd like to give each applicant up to 3 minutes to introduce themselves. Have we have applicants lined up at the call center?
Hi, Mayor. This is Katie. Yes, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, I'm ready. I think my colleagues are as well. Go for it.
Katie, are you ready to?
Heidi, I am, yes. Heidi Ashcraft, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight and for taking this time to speak with me previously about when I applied to fill this position. I've had the privilege to work with 3 of you on the council. We might not have agreed on all the decisions, but I do believe we were able to work as a council and respect each other's opinions. My reason for not running in the re-election was because I had wanted to attend my granddaughter's tennis matches, which were on Tuesdays in Temecula. I was able to do this for the last 2 years. This fall, she'll be a senior, and if school does start and there are tennis matches that people can really attend, they're supposed to be on Thursdays, and I'll be able to attend then. This council seat will be a little bit less than 2 years. We all know that there are critical decisions that need to be made. I feel I have the proven experience being on council, making difficult decisions not too long ago. I've watched almost all the meetings from the comfort of my home and even yelled at the TV occasionally. I believe I'm ready to step in and take on this position without much training or catching up. I've been a resident of Torrance for 42 years, and I've been involved in the city for just about every one of those 42 years, with schools, PTA, Little League, soccer, scouting, Torrance City Council, Torrance Board of Education, Torrance South Bay YMCA, and SoCal Rock. And also part of the Torrance Chamber of Commerce, as well as member of the Friends of Madrona Marsh, Sister City Association, Rose Float Association, West Torrance Homeowners Association, Old Torrance Neighborhood Association, and several other community organizations. I'm so very proud to be part of this city with its outstanding schools, first responders, and essential workers, especially during this critical crisis time. And I'd like to give a little shout-out and special thoughts and prayers to Ricky Cradle and his family at this time, our firefighter that's struggling in the hospital. I love this city, and I want to serve. I would appreciate your consideration for the appointment tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Caceres, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and City staff. My name is David Caceres. I present myself this evening for your consideration in the vacant seat on the City Council. Although I have no intentions for future elected legislative office, my neighbors, friends, colleagues, and family suggested that I seek to serve this council because of my legal and municipal experience. However, the determining factor was simple. This city raised me, it educated me, and it employed me, and it has been my home for the past 45 years. As a result, I would like to take this opportunity to give back something to the city that has given my family so much. During this process, I've had the opportunity to speak to you, individually answering your questions and discussing my background and experience. We have also discussed my legal background and my governmental service to various municipalities, commissions, districts, and city councils, and the fact that I'm currently serving as an assistant city attorney for the city of Simi Valley. In all, I have been a public servant for the past 25 years, and I will be able to immediately navigate the issues facing municipalities without a learning curve. I will also serve the city with the dedication and selfless vigor that embodies the public servant. Finally, thank you for allowing me to participate in this process, and I wholeheartedly support your final decision in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Andrew DeBlock, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you so much for the opportunity to say a few words tonight. I am humbly requesting appointment to fill a vacancy on the Torrance City Council. I have dedicated my life to public service and spent the last decade fighting for Torrance at the state level, working for members of the state legislature. I believe now more than ever, my experience working with the colleagues at the state, county, and federal level will allow me to help our city leverage every available public resource and make sure our city gets our fair share of funding. Having attended almost every Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce, Government Affairs Policy Committee meeting for the last several years, I have had the opportunity to hear firsthand from and get to know the members of Torrance's vibrant business community, including the many small businesses that made unprecedented support during and in the wake of this global crisis. It will be incumbent upon us, in partnership with government at every level, to ensure we don't lose treasured institutions and that we are able to continue to fund the city services we all appreciate through the tax revenue generated by our business community. I stand ready to partner in that work. I was grateful to have had the opportunity to meet with and hear from Torrance neighbors during my recent campaign for city council as I knocked on doors, held community coffees, and participated in public forums and events. The world feels very different than it did in March, and of course, none of these are currently options. I would, however, dedicate myself to hearing directly from every resident that has a concern in a variety of formats so that everyone knows they are heard and has a way to speak with me directly. This crisis is impacting residents in many ways, and I will endeavor to hear from everyone and ensure the city plays a positive role whenever possible. If appointed, I will work with dedicated current members of the council to make sure Torrance weathers this unprecedented crisis without sacrificing the city services that make Torrance so great. I'm honored to serve currently on Torrance's Historic Preservation Commission, and would be even more honored to serve in this new capacity. I want to take a brief moment of personal privilege to thank all the city employees on the front lines during this crisis. Your response to the challenge has certainly been inspiring to all of us. And thank you again, Mayor and Council, for the time. I hope you and yours are safe and healthy.
Thank you, Andrew.
Charles Deemer, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, yes, Council Mayor. I feel that 15 years or 16 years as a commissioner on both water and environmental has got me involved through the city. In that aspect, I do have finance experience. I am a graduate of West High, so I've lived in the city for 50 years and attended El Camino, Long Beach State, so I'm a local person, financial securities and bookkeeping, tax preparation, so all of that part of dealing with the budget is something that would be possibly of use for the city council, and the dealings that we'll have to do to rectify our severe imbalance because of the issues we've had in the last couple of months and going forward, and that's even separate from our pension issues we're going to have to deal with. I would appreciate being appointed by your people this time, and that is all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Jonathan Kaji, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and Torrance residents. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak directly. My own experience has been in the area of economic development. I've been working for over the last 30 years at both the state level. I worked in the office of the governor and in the Commerce Agency representing the state of California in Asia. And during that time, I was able to bring Panasonic to the city of Torrance, where they established their digital video disc plant. Even going further back, my family's been engaged here in Torrance for many years. My father, Bruce, was the first accountant for Toyota Motor Sales in the late 1950s. And as you know, Torrance was of Toyota Motor Sales until 2014. Additionally, while I was in Asia, we helped to bring more than $1.9 billion in new investments and help California manufacturers to export product into Asia. So over the entirety of my career, the focus has been on bringing new direct investment that creates jobs, that creates tax revenue for those cities throughout California. Recently, I just wound up a term in the city of Carson agency as the city wound down its redevelopment agency. So we were involved in the dissolution of about $500 million in assets. On the local level, my own office has been based in for the last 30 years. I grew up in Gardena. My wife went to Torrance High School, and my friends like to say that I married up, and I agree. But being here in Torrance, running a family business, being a property owner in North Torrance, and also given my background at both the state, national, and international level, I think makes me uniquely qualified, especially during this time of crisis in which the city of Torrance faces because of the pandemic. So if appointed, I would look forward to working with the council, working with staff, working with the business community, because it's my belief that here in Torrance, the greatest asset that the city has is not in the businesses so much, the banks, the hospitals, but in the people, and in the ability of all of us, if we unite, to help recover and turn the city around, perhaps much more quickly than the rest of the county, the state, and the nation. So I look forward to working together with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Edmund Keenan, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Absolutely. Thank you so much to the council. My name is Ed Keenan. I am 31 years old. I grew up here in the South Bay and basically have lived here my whole life. I work as a musician, carpenter, and computer technician. I'm also a community organizer. I'm currently working with Long Beach Community Table, which is a food bank where I drive the bus as well as coordinate drop-offs for our homebound clients. I've walked all through Torrance and talked to thousands of residents and spoke with people about the issues that they're most concerned with. I know that together, with these hands, we can embrace the future and make Torrance a welcoming city for everyone. I would probably describe myself as someone with a global perspective who's focused on local issues and oriented toward policy for people. I think the greatest issues facing our society right now are global warming, public health, and in our city would probably be transit and COVID-19. I firstly want to focus on something positive. I'm really excited for the Green Line coming into Torrance. I think this is going to enhance Torrance transit, and I think there's a lot of ways we can integrate. The Blue Line's done a lot of amazing things for Long Beach down there. I think we should explore eliminating fares on Torrance Transit, as well as tighter integration, or maybe even a merger with Beach Cities Transit and the Palos Verdes Peninsula Transit Authority. Torrance Transit could also begin the phase-in of electric buses. Overheads on Crenshaw for Line 10 would be a good idea. And we could also look into working with other beach cities to put overhead electric lines to electrify the 232 on PCH. This would increase reliability and lower pollution. As we all know, fossil fuels are only going to get more expensive in the long run, so this would be a great way to embrace the future and make Torrance a more welcoming city. Public safety, our vision for public safety must include public security and public health. Public security is going to include food security and housing security. As I said before, I currently work with Long Beach Community Table Food Bank, where we feed insecure people, and we're able to cover some of our operating costs with grants through the City of Long Beach. I understand Torrance Cares is doing a very similar thing here, feeding over 1,200 people, and I think these are the types of programs that are really important to focus on, because a lot of people can't afford groceries right now. We need to invest in our community now so we don't see people pushed out, and if we aggressively combat poverty now, we're not going to see as many people have to leave or become homeless. Obviously, real estate speculators are going to be glad to fill in any gaps, and this is going to permanently change the character of the town. As we all know, speculators are a massive statewide problem. Which brings me to housing security. The Torrance City Council must use whatever power it can to cancel rent and cancel mortgage payments while we're enduring this crisis. This will massively assist with not only the health crisis, but the unemployment crisis as well. City Council must also work with local healthcare providers, as we're doing, and the state and federal government to set up low or no-cost services and programs for the duration of the crisis, including testing. By taking care of our people, we can make Torrance the most welcoming city it can be and also embrace the future. As for our budget, I think we need to invest in the broader long term.
Sir, this is staff. I apologize, but the 3-minute time is up at this point.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I want to give a special shout-out to Torrance legend and World War II hometown hero, Coach Pete Ellis, who we lost on Sunday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Evan.
Ruben Molina, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, my name is Ruben Molina, an applicant for City Council, a longtime resident of Torrance. Thank you for inviting me to this platform. I'm a single father of 3 wonderful boys. I take pride in raising my children. For over 2 decades, I've been a father, a role model, a mentor, and a financial provider. My children have grown up in Torrance and are privileged to attend these exceptional schools. As my sons grow older, I see a new chapter in my life. I'm seeking the position for the City Council as I'm eager to give back to this community. I have a solid and respected reputation with 15-plus years working in the private sector. I've held management positions, worked in customer service and sales. My experience has taught me the challenges and successes of leadership and the importance of building solid working teams. Accountability and delivering results is the way I operate. If I were given the chance to represent the city, my top priority would be recover from the COVID-19 pandemic by preparing a safe and successful opening. It's important that businesses and citizens have the resources they need to follow the recommendations established by the city, such as communication. Do cities and businesses know where to go for information? Is there enough PPE for businesses and residents, and are they being distributed properly? Continue monitoring and track any new cases. As we go through this immediate these immediate challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, we must also look into the future and prepare a vision that will attract new businesses and residents to our city. And envision accomplishing this by understanding the needs and wants of our younger generations to come. For example, young adults consider climate change as a top priority. They want a stronger sense of belonging in a community, and they will be a driving force for small business purchasing. As also, the need for seeking convenient and environmentally friendly options of transportation will need to be explored. Living accommodations will also change in the future. Smaller and more affordable housing will be a demand due to economic, social, and environmental issues. This is my vision for the future. I think it will bring prosperity to the city and attract a new generation and a new way of life in Torrance. I thank the City Council for inviting me to address the group. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Ruben.
Mayor, this is Katie. I do not see that candidate G. Rick Marshall has called in yet, so if you don't mind, we can move on to the next candidate, which would be Mario Obejas. And if Mr. Marshall calls in, then we can hear him at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Mario Obejas, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thank you for the opportunity to apply and for all of you for interviewing me. I'm going to take a few precious seconds to give public thanks to Councilmember Kalani for the 40-minute extensive, substantive, issue-oriented conversation we had, and that says a lot about the strong dedication to public service that Ms. Kalani. As I told her, there's a 25% revenue haircut coming everywhere. It's already here, really, and we have hard choices coming up. And this is going to require innovation and out-of-the-box thinking. To that end, in my professional career, I chose to climb a technical ladder, and I reached that pinnacle as an information systems fellow at Raytheon, which is a major defense contractor, if you don't know. I was on a number of multidiscipline teams dealing with increasingly vexing issues. And as a fellow, you get put on the hardest problems. The technical aspects were difficult, sure, but seldom were they the most daunting. The most difficult aspects were usually financial or political in nature. In such teams, there's no time to spend on personality clashes. Deadlines loom, real-world dangers matter. You need to speak your team members' language, speak to their values if you want to make progress, and persuade them of the merit of your own opinions. I want to bring that to the council. I spent a year at a mountaintop air base in Middle Eastern countries surrounded by hostile territory. I consider that experience a good training on dealing with adversity that here may await any new council member. The bottom line, I'm a 2 decades Torrance homeowner. I'm doing increasing civic engagement for several years in Torrance municipal bodies such as Traffic Commission and Strategic Plan Committee. I'm an engineer and a completely unapologetic nerd and a lifelong problem solver on difficult, multidimensional issues filled with people impacts and trade-offs. I'm an innovative person and a team player. And on the easier votes, I usually see a 7-0 or a 6-1 outcome. I want to be there for the difficult decisions to help achieve the elusive fourth vote. Transparency, innovation, team player mentality, and data-driven decision-making are what I bring to the table. Thank you all for considering me.
Thank you, Mario.
Mayor, Mr. Marshall has called in, so I'm going to patch him in at this time, if you don't mind.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Marshall, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I apologize. I should have noticed things were happening in an alphabetical order, and I wasn't paying attention. But I want you to know that that's not going to be my general order of doing things. I believe our city is at a crossroads right now with the recent implementation of our district elections, that ransomware attack on City Hall, COVID-19 pandemic. I believe my prior service to the city as a member of the Water Commission as well as the Planning Commission, of which I now have had the privilege to serve as chairman, have prepared me to work with the rest of you on the council to help move our city forward. I think that's our biggest objective here the next few months is to get our city back into business, and I want to be part of that if you want me to be part of that. I know it's the next logical step in my service to our community, and I think I can make a commitment because the time is only about a little over 22 months. I think it's I appreciate you taking the time to allow us to speak and to talk with you. I have an interest in good government and a well-run city. My home is here in Torrance for the last 30 years because Torrance has excelled in the past, and I think it can again in the future, and I'd like to be part of that. I believe we all benefit from good government. My service on the City Council will be to deliver cost-effective city services, enhance the quality of life for our residents and businesses, and promote fiscal responsibility and transparency in our city government for the benefit and protection of the public. I would be very honored to be appointed to your honorable body and work with each of you to get Torrance back on track and out of this economic slump. We have nowhere to go but up, and I want to be in there pulling our city up that hill and back to well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick.
Assam Sheikh, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Good evening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. Thank you to the mayor and the city council members for taking the time and reaching out to us. First and foremost, I pray that you and your family are safe and well. Without a doubt, the city of Torrance, we call home, is facing unprecedented challenges in our lifetime. We all are impacted with this pandemic crisis, and my heart goes out to those who have lost their loved ones. I want to thank you all for expressing your sentiments and gratitude in recent council meetings. Your efforts to bring our lives back to normal are deeply appreciated. I have no doubt that together as a team, we will overcome all these challenges. To fulfill our common mission together, I would like to be considered as a top candidate for the city council appointment. My community involvement as a planning commissioner, a former civil service commissioner, a member of the Torrance Unified School District's Citizens Oversight Committee, and a board member for Torrance Education Foundation are a few highlights of my community service for the city. In my 25-plus years of professional experience, I worked as an auditor, credit and budget analyst, and currently as a senior financial analyst at American Honda Motor Company. With this, I will bring professional financial experience from my desire to serve our city. I am so blessed to work and live in my city of Torrance. With my energy and strong passion, I'm ready to work with you to help develop a short and long-term strategy. Short-term strategy may be to start renegotiating the city contract, prioritizing the services and needs for the community, and temporarily halt low-risk projects. Dire situations require drastic measures, and the current pandemic crisis leads us to make tough but hard decisions. I cannot emphasize enough that the negative economic impact is yet to be seen. This is when we need to shift the resources from low to high priorities. In closing, I also want to thank the opportunity and thank our frontline workers for their hard work. They are the real heroes. I'm a proud resident of a resilient community, and I believe in working hard without boundaries or limitations. Thank you again for your time, and I will be honored to serve as a city council member given the opportunity. Please be safe and keep your family safe and keep our city safe. God bless America and God bless Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you, Assam.
Mr. Stevenson, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and the viewing or listening public.
My name is Mark Stevenson, and I'd like to go ahead and give some general information and background in reference to my experience and qualifications for City Council. I have approximately 25 to 27 years within governmental agencies and businesses. At the same time, private sector is approximately 12 to 13 years right now. With an aerospace engineering firm and with another IT or major defense contractor. The experience I bring to the table is basically from a management position, a subject matter expert, a technical position type of background that's worked on a plethora of projects ranging from $200 to $300 million projects all the way up to billion-dollar projects within especially engineering division or discipline. The perspective I would bring, and some other candidates have a similar perspective, is that the amount of experience and knowledge that is out there in reference to the different groups and stuff like that are formed for projects. You get a diversity of opinions, you get a diversity of relationships, you get a diversity of personalities, and you get a diversity of ideas in reference to their specific disciplines or their specific engineering or their specific subsystems. By understanding what that is and how to take that and move it onto a schedule and move it toward accomplishing the goals and the requirements within constrained time frames allows a person to be able to take that knowledge and use that experience and bring it to basically a city council or basically to a governmental type of project. With that said, the background in finance and budgeting and allocation of resources allows that ability or that skill set to be flexible as to what the requirements or what type of challenges there are for the city of Torrance going forward. What I'd like to bring is basically such a diverse set of knowledge and skill sets and background experiences here in the city of Torrance. I think that's an untapped potential that is out there that has not been used. And I think a civilian advisory group that has subject matter experts within their disciplines or within their field or within their private sector jobs or within their governmental jobs, by resourcing that and having that breadth, depth, and experience and wisdom of how they do things or how different elements or different businesses do things in the most efficient manner can be presented and used for making decisions or assisting the city of Torrance and its government and its staff and the city council.
Sir, this is staff. I apologize, but your 3 minutes is up at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate the time for speaking to the city council and city and the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Bill Sutherland, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, Mayor and Council. First of all, thank you for your consideration. I appreciate your effort. The decision you're going to make tonight is probably one of your most that you'll make. Mayor Fury, you've made it before. It's going to affect the council for 2 years, 23 months actually. The only thing I want to say is when I got elected in 2006, the economy was great. 2 years later, it took the worst recession that we've had in my lifetime, and I think on everybody else's lifetime. We handled it. We handled it well. And I think that experience will do good because it's a 23-month term. You're going to have to get there and get it done, and then come 2 years, let somebody else do the work. That's all I want to say. Thank you in advance for your consideration, and whatever choice you make, I'm sure it'll be the proper choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Mayor, that
My
was the
counting
final
is correct.
applicant who called in. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I counted. There was 12 applicants, and all 12 we've heard from. If there are members of the public who would like to speak under item 9A, we will briefly pause to allow viewers to call into the public comment hotline at 310-618-2404. I would indicate that if we've received an email sent to us from you, we've received those and they've been distributed to council. I see Councilmember Griffith wanted to be heard.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. Before we get into the public comments, I wanted to make a couple of comments of my own. This is a rather important decision that we're going to be making here tonight. And first of all, I wanted to just say I really know that we're fortunate to have so many qualified applicants. It never ceases to amaze me, considering the difficult circumstances that council is facing at this time. And I want to thank all the applicants for stepping up and showing their interest in serving the city. But in my opinion, the plain and simple fact is this is such a critical time, and it's not a time for on-the-job training. We have some extremely difficult decisions ahead. Torrance is a complex, full-service city and the 8th largest city in LA County. To me, experience is critical, and it can take years for a council member to understand the issues. With no disrespect intended, half of our current council has less than 2 years experience on council, and one only has 1 month experience. Everyone on council has earned their way here. Now is not the time to bring on someone without actual council experience, in my opinion. I think it's important to have someone on council who actually has taken the effort to put themselves up to a vote of the people. That is an indicator of their true desire to do this job. I just wanted to make those comments. Again, I wanted to thank all the applicants for taking the time to talk with us and put their names and applications in, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Have we received any telephone calls from the public that wish to be heard?
Yes, Mayor, we have. Are you ready for them to begin?
We are.
Jason Boxer, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi there. Thanks for taking my call. I was calling in to voice my support for Ruben Molina's application. I think Ruben represents someone who can bring generational change to the council. I think his business experience makes him exceedingly qualified, and I think his experience raising a family here, 2 kids that have actually decided to serve their country through the military, speaks to his outstanding character. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Wendy Wilson, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, Council. You're right. Sorry about that. You're right. This is a critical time, and we do need somebody who puts people first, and that would be Ruben Molina. Ruben has what it takes to serve the Torrance City Council. He's a dedicated family man. He was involved with his son's activities at North High. He is the proud father of an Air Force member. He has taught his kids to care for the community. And also, just want to add, one of his kids was also involved with JROTC. And through his work, Ruben knows about budgets, management, and teamwork. He has also demonstrated these skills in the field because I've seen him educate and register hundreds of nonpartisan voters. He listens carefully to the concerns of Torrance residents. He knows the city needs to retain younger families and address environmental issues to keep up the quality of life in Torrance. This city needs the youthful, considerate energy of Ruben Molina. I urge you to choose him. He does have what it takes to run the city. We do need somebody who puts people first. We need somebody to look after the environment. This shows somebody that has good vision. And if he ever runs for council, he is definitely getting my vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arthur Shopper, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thank you, Torrance City Council. Yes, everybody has certainly indicated this is a very momentous decision. Whether the city council would have been in this situation or would have been a regular city council meeting, I definitely would have been there to speak about this matter. I agree with Councilman Griffith's sentiment. We really need somebody who is not just experienced, certainly, on the dais, but to me, somebody who's also experienced with casting votes that may not be initially popular or that show a principled stance, even if they aren't ultimately successful. An individual who has run a small business for a long time, who understands the need for protecting the property rights in the city, and an individual who has heard my concerns and taken my considerations into mind, and I have felt that they were properly heard and respected. I'm urging the City Council to appoint Ms. Heidi Ashcraft. I believe that her calm but really strong presence on the council is needed, somebody who's willing to be independent but principled, someone I understand who has a good rapport with many different segments within the community. Again, I'm looking for somebody who cares about property rights, who cares about the basic rights that individuals have, and I have found that to be consistent with Ms. Ashcraft, somebody who's concerned to ensure that budgets are taken care of properly and that residents are not overly taxed or more fees are placed upon us. And I feel that she has the character needed to work with her colleagues on the dais to ensure that this city, over the next 23 months, is in a better fiscal and stable footing going forward. I think Ms. Ashcraft is appropriate. She forgot to mention that she did serve on the Torrance School Board for a number of years, and I think that's experience that has merit as well to appoint her for the open seat. I don't mean to disparage the other members who have, other individuals who've applied. I don't think it's experience only that's needed, but experience that has demonstrated a commitment to necessary principles to ensure that Torrance remains a stable and balanced city. I urge the council to appoint Ms. Heidi Ashcraft. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, this is Andy. My opinion is that the worst person you could appoint for this position would be Mr. Mario Obeas. If he doesn't know the First Amendment, then a citizen can video him or tape him in a meeting. If he attacks a citizen in a public meeting using obscenity, I don't want to repeat it for you. If 3 police officers need to be interfere to diffuse the situation, if Mr. Obeas doesn't know the Bain Act and put a sheet of paper in front of my camera, and if Mr. Obeas almost pokes my eyes out with his pencil, he is absolutely not for any kind of position, and certainly not in a city council member position. And it happened in front of your eyes. You were in the recess there, you could have seen that. He was absolutely disgusting as an American citizen to an American citizen, and he did this in an official title as a traffic commissioner. He would be the worst thing to appoint. And I'm warning you, if you appoint him, I'm going to be on this case every time I have a chance to call in and every time I have a chance to express my opinion on Mr. Mario Obeas. And the other candidate made me laugh, Ashcraft. She quit because her grandkid had a football game or soccer game on Tuesday night. That's how important for her the city council meeting job. Then why did she apply now? She could just go stay with her family, what is a nice thing to do, and leave the public matters for somebody else who is public is the more important to her or him. The third person I don't want you to vote for, that John Fellow's body and the mayor's body, this Caracas, who is was recommended by John Fellow, the ex-city attorney who did not prosecute the existing mayor. He could have prosecuted the existing mayor, but he did not prosecute him because they were bodies. That's why we have a mayor sitting there voting on somebody who wasn't prosecuted for a misdemeanor offenses. So please don't vote for this people. My favorite people would be Mr. Marshall. But these three persons I mentioned, don't vote for them because
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up.
Thank you.
It looks like we have one more caller on the line at this time. Julie Dojiri, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking? Julie, can you please begin speaking?
I thought I was.
We can hear you now.
Pardon me?
We can
Speak,
hear you,
please.
ma'am. Can you please begin speaking?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I could barely hear you, so. Mayor Fury and council members, good evening, and thank you for the wonderful job you are doing at this time during the COVID-19. I totally agree with Councilman Griffith's point that he made regarding the need at this time during this pandemic that we need to appoint someone who has been on the council before and has a lot of experience within the city of Torrance. And I would like to endorse Heidi Ashcraft. I think she is the best qualified person, and I hope that you will also consider her. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the call line?
Hi, Mayor. I do not see anyone else on the line at this time for item 9A. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take it back up here then. Councilmember Chen, do you have a question?
If I may, Mayor, I have some comments to make before you start the process. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all the 12 applicants who have applied for the appointment and your desire to serve our city. Tonight's appointment has special meaning to me since we are filling the remaining at-large term of which I was originally elected back on June 5th, 2018. I reviewed all the applications in detail and spoke to all 12 applicants via phone interviews. All of their experience, education, accomplishments, and approach of problem solving were reviewed. With respect to experience, in particular, we value much because it's through lessons learned in the past that provides wisdom to address present and future challenges. However, for such a time as this, the experience also needs to be relevant to the current and future conditions and context with not only COVID-19, but the thriving 21st century Torrance. Our economic challenge today is not a result of a weak economy, but due to shutting down the country or our city due to a virus. As we recover, we need to rebuild the city economically, not only in the near term, but to attract businesses in the future while achieving the highest level of operation as practical. I also look for a team member who has a vision for the future and the ability to tackle our problems today. Since I'm acquainted with some applicants, I've developed a personal list of qualities with weighting factors. This is the engineering part that came out. Then I gave some a numerical assessment just to remove as much subjectivity and try to be as objective as possible. I just want to respect all the applicants. I want to ensure everyone's background, education, experience were valued and fully and fairly evaluated, and that's how I will go into this process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Now we'll go into the process. As I mentioned before, that we will go down in descending order with seniority with nominations, and you don't require to make a nomination. You can't make two. That's one thing for sure. But as was stated, and I stated at the outset, we're very blessed that we have had 12 outstanding applicants. Any one of them, I feel very secure, could come on board. Some would not do as well as others because of the experience factor. And it's for that reason I believe that my nomination for the City Council will be Heidi Ann Ashcraft. I will now go to Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, what a list of candidates here. We've had to make several appointments during my time on the council, and this list of candidates is very impressive. Looking at the experience and the diversity that we have here from different backgrounds and different viewpoints and whatnot. I did speak to everybody who reached out to me, and that includes Heidi Ashcraft, who is a former council member and certainly fulfills the experience requirement if we're looking for that. I spoke to Andrew DeBlock, and he's a sharp young mind that has served the city before and has a bright future, I think, if he continues to want to serve. John Kaji, it was my first time speaking with him, and I know his background, not only as with his work in different levels of government, but also as a Trojan, is impressive. And let's see, who else did I speak to? Mario Bejas, current commissioner, and he's also somebody that thinks outside the box, and I appreciate his quantitative approach in using metrics. Assam Sheikh, another current commissioner, another individual with a bright future in Torrance and has done a lot of work in the community. And finally, Bill Sutherland, another former council member. I thought long and hard about this, and what it comes down to ultimately for me is these are some really unprecedented times. And I'm going to echo some earlier sentiments that we do have overall a young council. And I think experience is really going to be key in this. I would certainly be happy with the mayor's nomination of Heidi Ashcraft, but just to round out the experience and to let our other council members weigh in, I'm going to nominate Bill Sutherland.
Thank you. That takes us to Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I want to actually concur with your nomination of former Councilwoman Heidi Ashcraft. In my opinion, she's clearly got the proven experience, and she's also the council person who has served most recently of the applicants. It's only been actually less than 2 years since she last served. And I'm well aware of the fact that she stayed involved in the city and the city council business these past 2 years, and as she said in her intro, that she's been watching all the council meetings and screaming at the television. So I know her learning curve will be absolute zero, and I think that's truly the key factor for me. Obviously, I was served with her for 4 years and got to see her at work, and I really respect her even in the times that we disagreed. Another fact about Heidi I just want to emphasize is that she's never lost an election for public office. And she was the top vote getter in the 2014 City Council election. So I know that the people are behind her, and this is a job where we represent the people, and I think it's really important that we have someone who's proven to us that the people support her, and that's clear from her history and her elections. She continues to serve our community tirelessly, and so for that reason, I have no further nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I looked at everybody and based on as much as I can be objective, looking at the background of everyone and what they've done in the past, their total experience. I was looking for someone who can not only help us with the current economic crisis, who can also help us rebuild and bring in some businesses with problem-solving skills. So I'm nominating Mr. John Kaji. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'd like to thank all the applicants. I think there's a lot of great talent out there. At this point, I do not have a nomination. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Kalani. You have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I've had the pleasure of speaking with every candidate as well, and I want to thank them for their time and their desire to serve the city. Times are different now, and I looked for someone with experience in the city with its budgets during times of challenge and past times of recovery. I also looked for someone who had a broad range of experience in the city, someone who demonstrated a passion for the city, and most importantly, someone who was the people's choice, as evidenced by receiving some of the highest votes ever in an election when they ran for office. A past city council member, a past Torrance Unified School District board member, a business owner, a past Torrance YMCA board chair, and a person of high principle and the highest integrity. I'd like to concur with the nomination of Mrs. Heidi Ashcraft. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have three people who are nominated, three candidates who are nominated. And at this time, I'll ask for a roll call vote from our clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. For Heidi Ashcraft, Councilmember Chen.
No, I actually think you have to ask them who they want to vote for out of the three.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We haven't done this in a while, but I think,
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's for a council appointment. Vote for one.
Councilmember Chen, vote for one. There's Heidi.
Mr. Kaji.
Okay, Mr. Kaji. Hold on 1 second, Your Honor. Okay, Councilmember Goodrich.
I believe Heidi Ashcraft would be a fine decision for our city.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Former Councilwoman Heidi Ashcraft.
Councilmember Kalani.
Former Councilwoman Heidi Ashcraft.
Councilmember Matucci.
I'm going to go with Jonathan Kaji.
Mayor Fury.
I vote for the newly appointed councilperson, Heidi Ann Ashcraft.
Your Honor, would you like to call for a motion? Councilmember Ashcraft, or former Councilmember Ashcraft received 4 votes. Mr. Kaji received 2 votes.
That's what my count was as well. So, Councilwoman Ashcraft, we're going to be taking, or Councilwoman Ashcraft to be appointed. I would ask you to follow the further instructions that you were given and come over to City Hall. We will be taking a brief recess now, and we will come back after the councilwoman select appears here and gets sworn into office. Thank you. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order, and now we're going to turn it over to the city clerk and the city council candidate, Ashcraft, for her swearing-in ceremony.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Heidi Ann Ashcraft,
Solemnly swear or affirm
solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States of America
the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States of America
to the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion, and I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And Dominica will escort you upstairs.
Okay. Am I supposed to sign this now?
Oh, yes, please sign that. And I'll maintain them.
So we don't have the frame,
No. No, we couldn't do that. We didn't know who was getting appointed.
Okay, welcome back. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And now we have a new council person with us, so I'm going to ask for a second roll call today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Here.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Still here.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Here.
Councilmember Matucci?
I'm still here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. We will now move on to, on the agenda, to 9B from Public Works. From staff?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Steve Finton with the Public Works Department. This item is related to the annual levy of assessments for the City of Torrance Lighting District 99-1 for fiscal year 2021. There is a supplemental for this item that revises the engineer's report that I'll discuss briefly later. The recommendation before you is the recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council adopt 3 resolutions. First, the resolution initiating proceedings to levy assessments within the district for fiscal year 2021. Secondly, to adopt a resolution approving the revised fiscal year 2021 engineer's report for the district. And lastly, to adopt a resolution of intention to levy assessments within the district for fiscal year 2021 and setting the date of June 9th, 2020 for the public hearing. The City of Torrance Lighting District 99-1 pays for street lighting citywide. The 3 resolutions before you tonight are required annually to continue to collect assessments for properties in Torrance for street lighting. The assessments are the same as last year and the same as they have been since 2008. For example, a single-family residential property would again be assessed $20.50 for fiscal year 2021, which is $1.71 per month. As required by Proposition 218, the engineer's report separates special benefit costs eligible to real properties from general benefits to the public at large. Assessments paid by property owners would pay for special benefits for street lighting only. Now, supplemental number 1, it corrects errors in the engineer's report that affected the calculation of special benefit costs versus general benefit costs. The corrections shift about 1% more lighting costs to special benefits. As the assessment amounts are already at their maximum, established in 1999, this change does not affect assessment amounts to be paid by property owners. The cost of the district in fiscal year 2021 is estimated at $2,999,843. That's a $22,240 increase from fiscal year 1920, and this increase is due to anticipated increases in labor costs for fiscal year 2021. Assessment revenues are projected to be $1,386,437 in fiscal year 2021, and that is $13,000 more than last year, and this is due to parcel changes and additions in the city. The balance of district costs would be funded by gas tax funds and airport enterprise funds in the amount of $1,567,824 in the fiscal year 2021 budget. And before I conclude, I'd like to ask the public's help in reporting streetlights that are not functioning. They can do so by calling SCE directly, by calling 800-611-1911, or going to the SCE website at www.sce.com and going to the Outage Center, which is the bottom middle of the front page, or lastly, you can download the My SCE app, which has a report a streetlight option. And with that, I conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Fenton. Again, we go through this every year, and we've done it every year. I've been on the council, and we are actually, the city contribution into this winds up to be somewhat north of $1.6 million that we are covering, that we're not asking our residents and businesses to contribute to this lighting district, but that's our policy, and we're sticking with it. Are there any council questions? Councilmember Goodrich?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Steve Steve. Thanks for the presentation. We did talk about this today because I remembered this issue from the last time it came before us, and I think it's worth revisiting because of the new members on our council, and just bringing this back to light. But also, it is a bit of an ongoing, I guess, depending on your perspective, maybe a problem. The city is subsidizing this, and it's ultimately because when this was passed way back in, 1999 or whatever, there was no provision for CPI, cost of living increases, on an annual basis. And we've hit the cap a number of years ago, and unfortunately the city, because of that, we're going to continue to pay more and more each year, and it's got a compounding effect. Can you elaborate upon that a little bit more?
Sure, I can. So as the district is split between the costs that are allocable to public property and those that are not, the engineer's report establishes that amount. And presently, today, we are subsidizing the special benefit costs to the tune of $61,852 in fiscal year 2021. Being that in 1999, the 218 balloting took place, and it established the maximum assessment that could be assessed to private properties, we cannot increase that without going back to ballot again. So at this point, we cannot recoup those costs without revisiting that and balloting once again. So I believe that if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. It just, I don't think it's going to be tonight, but at some point, I think this council or maybe a future council does need to dig into this and decide what to do, because although it may only be 61,000 now, imagine what that figure is going to balloon to in 20 years. And like I said, it's all because of one simple oversight of not indexing it to inflation to keep up with rising cost. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions on council?
Page 3 of the supplement for this item, it states the cost of the lighting district increased by $22,240. Yet the city's contribution for the lighting district decreased by $23,811 from the prior year. How does the city account for this discrepancy?
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Henry, before we get staff?
Yes, you want me to continue?
Yeah, you only have 3 minutes, so you want to get all your questions in, then we can ask them. Okay.
I have received correspondence from the city that the Torrance Unified School District did not pay the city, and is past due in the amount of $32,206.16 from the prior year. Is this true? Another question, I also received correspondence from the city that the County of Los Angeles have not paid the city a total of $697.04 for the last 2 previous years. Is this true? And lastly, how does the city account for the money it does not receive from the total assessment non-city parcels? Where does the money go if it's not received by the city for the non-city parcels?
Is that it, Ben?
Well, yeah.
No problem. When I have,
I only have 3 minutes.
We're going to have Mr. Fitton answer those questions we got. Steve?
Yes, Mayor. I can attempt. I'm trying to understand his question. I think his question first was about why is the district cost going up by, I think, $22,000 and change. That is because we have an increase in salaries and benefits, because there is a component in the general benefit side that's not assessed to the property owners, but there's a component of it that addresses salaries and benefits for some of our electrical staff that handles some of our street lighting and some of our traffic signals. So those are tracked through the fund, but not through the assessments. So those increase in labor costs are captured here. And I wasn't quite sure I understood his second question about. I'm sorry. Are you there? The second question about the discrepancy, I didn't quite understand that, Mr. Henry.
Okay, you want me to?
Please repeat that,
Mayor,
Mr. Henry.
Mayor, I'm sorry, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well,
I guess I could. I'm sorry. I could continue as far as his billing questions. That's something that I've been working with finance related to how they send out additional notices to those that are delinquent, and they've indicated that they do that, and in the process of doing that for the delinquent accounts. But if someone
and that would include the county as well as anybody who is delinquent.
Yes.
I think that was because he had a couple of different entities, governmental entities that had not paid their bill. I think I thought I heard somewhere around $600 for the county had not paid their portion of the bill.
Right.
I know Mr. Henry's old. Mr. Henry pays attention to the lighting district, and he checks the numbers pretty well, and so I'm certain we'll hear back from him asking the same or similar questions if we've not answered them today.
Okay.
Is there anybody else at the call center?
Yes, Mayor, there is. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porkchop again. First of all, I would like to welcome Ms. Ashcroft, even if she wasn't my choice, but I'm going to respect her as a city official, even if she's not elected, appointed by Mr. Mayor. Anyway, city lighting is a very important thing, and I don't mind if the city spend money on it, especially in the near future. It's going to be more important because even daytime, people coming in people's houses and takes everything they want. This way, they can do it with the lights on. And it looks like a big amount for $3 million to spend on lighting, but I think every penny of it's worth it. And I think the bad thing is that is also so many things comes together because for a while, I was paying like $8 for electricity front of my house, and I was real mad, and we did not have like lighting for 6 months, and nobody cared. And when I looked into it, and I find out I'm paying $8 a month for city lighting, but I did not get for 6 weeks or 6 months, and I was very upset. And then I'm a little bit misinformed here because now I don't see anything on my electricity bill how much they charge me for the city light front of my house, but it's pretty much improved because we had a good LED light, so the car thief and everybody, they can see my car now and see everything what's in my car, and also I can see him real good, but the lights are really good deterrent, so that's a good decision to spend money on this, and Mr. Goodrich doesn't have to be worried about in the future price increases because they're going to come. And thanks again. Happy for Mrs. Ashcroft. Her hair looks very nice. She can do a very good hairdo all by herself. Or did she go to a professional hairdresser? Because she looks very nice. Anyway, see you guys the next week.
We're off topic. Bye-bye. Anybody else at the call center?
Hi, Mayor. No, I do not see anyone else on the line for item 9B. Thank you.
Well, if there is no one else there, then I will certainly take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation to adopt a resolution initiating proceedings, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year engineer's report, and adopt a resolution of intention to levy assessments. And don't all
Mayor,
jump
this
at it.
is Councilman Chen. I move to adopt all three resolutions as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Goodrich seconds.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, so we need a number and title.
Yes, Your Honor. The first resolution is resolution number 2020-31, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, initiating proceedings for the levy and collection of assessments within the City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1 for fiscal year 2020-2021, pursuant to the provisions of Part 2 of Division 15 of the Streets and Highways Code and as provided by Article 13D of the California Constitution. Your Honor, the next resolution is Resolution 2020-32, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the report of the engineer in connection with the levy and collection of assessments within City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1 for fiscal year 2020-2021, pursuant to the provisions of Part 2 of Division 15 of the Streets and Highways Code and as provided by Article 13D of the California Constitution. And the last resolution, Your Honor, is resolution number 2020-33, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments within the City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1 for fiscal year 2020 to 2021, pursuant to the provisions of Part 2 of Division 15 of the Streets and Highways Code and as provided by Article 13D of the California Constitution, appointing a time and place for public hearings.
This is Councilman Chen. I move to adopt resolutions 2020-31, 2020-32, and 2020-33.
Councilmember Goodrich seconds.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 9C, also from Public Works, to approve a Measure M multi-year sub-regional funding agreement and appropriate funding to the Torrance School Safety and Accessibility Program.
Good evening, Shen Furukawa from Public Works. Item 9C is a recommendation to approve a Measure M multi-year sub-regional funding agreement with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, and upon approval of the agreement, appropriate $5,027,800 of Measure M funds to the Torrance School Safety and Accessibility Program I-188, thereby establishing a total project budget of $6,202,800. In December 2018, the city submitted a competitive grant to obtain Measure M funds for projects which focus on improving alternative modes of transportation, such as pedestrian travel, bicycle travel, and public transit. The city was successful in receiving approximately $5 million to improve infrastructure in the neighborhoods surrounding 4 Torrance Unified School District elementary schools. The neighborhoods to be improved include those surrounding Fern Elementary, Seaside Elementary, Carr Elementary, and Anza Elementary. The neighborhoods will be improved one at a time over a period of 4 years. Work will include localized removal of sidewalks, upgrading of curb access ramps, installation of high-visibility crosswalks, signage upgrades, installation of pedestrian countdown timers, upgrading of pedestrian push buttons, creation of bicycle lanes or bicycle routes, and installation of bicycle racks. Executing the agreement will allow staff to begin design of the first project at Fern Elementary, with construction scheduled to begin next fiscal year. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I see we do have a question from one of our council members, Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, I have a question about the involvement of City Council with the design of some of these improvements. Are we going to be notified, or are we going to be part of the process, or is this something that's going to be done behind the scenes?
Each of the projects will come to the City Council for award, but if there's input that the City Council would like to provide before that time, we can certainly take those into consideration as long as they meet the parameters of the grant.
Okay, so we can opt to be involved, but do we have to do that now, or is that something as we go along?
It would not be tonight. It would be as we go along.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Ashcroft?
Thank you. My question is, how were the schools chosen?
We tried to spread them out around the city. Initially, we applied for 6 schools, 1 in each council district. Metro funded only the first 4 schools, and we have to submit the 2 remaining schools next year.
Okay, is it guaranteed that those schools will be accepted and paid for?
It's not guaranteed, but it's a high likelihood at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, call center. Has anybody called in on item 9C?
Mayor, no, I do not see any callers on the line for 9C. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no callers on the line and we've asked all the questions we need, I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation.
Councilman Griffith, I move to concur with staff recommendation.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, I second.
We have a motion and a second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Shuri?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, which takes us now to item 9D from our city attorney to adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code, section 16.26A, relating to timeline of city council ratification of orders issued during a state of emergency. From our city attorney.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. This item is a result of action that the council took on May 5th, 2020, when they directed the City Attorney to modify the time period when public orders issued by the City Manager, acting as the Director of Emergency Services under the Torrance Municipal Code, would be brought back to the City Council for ratification. Currently, the Torrance Municipal Code requires that orders are brought back and confirmed by the City Council at the earliest practicable time. The motion on May 5th was to suggest changing that to 7 days. This would be consistent with the time that is done for declaring emergencies. When the City Manager declares a local state of emergency, the Torrance Municipal Code in 16.2.5A says it should be brought back for ratification within 7 days. The ordinance and summary are attached for your review. The only thing I would point out is if there is potentially a dark night followed by a holiday, if the council wanted to ratify, in that situation, it would probably need to call a special meeting because the time period of 7 days wouldn't be within the City Council's scheduled meeting in that particular situation. And then I would just note that if the Council chooses to take action tonight, I would recommend that they have the City Clerk read the number and title prior to the motion, and that way you don't have to do a double motion. I'm available for any questions.
Councilmember Goodrich has his hand up.
Yes, for the city attorney. Could you elaborate a little bit on what the council's powers are in regards to calling an emergency session, whether it be the 24-hour version or the 1-hour version?
Sure. Under the Brown Act, normal scheduled meetings would normally be a 72-hour notice. That's what our regular meeting tonight is, so the council has to post the agenda 72 hours in advance. A special meeting can be called upon 24 hours notice by the mayor or a majority of the council. And then an emergency meeting, obviously to do with an emergency, as we did on March 16th with the COVID-19 pandemic, can be called on 1 hour's notice to the press is essentially who gets the notice, and then obviously whatever way you can promote that as well, website and other things like that. So those are the three ways.
Okay.
The regular meetings are 72, the specials are 24, and then emergency is 1 hour.
Let's take an example, hypothetical situation here, where our city manager just issued some sort of, I can't even foresee a situation where this would happen, but issued some sort of bizarre or strange emergency declaration, and the city council needed to jump into action to make sure that's not ratified or reverse that, if you will. What would be the time frame on that to call a special session?
I guess we'd have to look at it. A special meeting itself is 24 hours notice. If it was directly related to the emergency, we'd have to obviously look at what the situation was. But it would be 1 hour notice if it's just if it's directly relating to the emergency. If it's not, then it'd be a 24-hour notice.
Okay. So what my concern is here is the just having to ratify this emergency declaration within 7 days. I could definitely see changing it from within the earliest practicable time language that we have now to say 14 days. But what my concern is not only for a situation that we currently find ourselves in, but a council 10 years, 100 years from now, as these emergencies pop up, if you're just asking people to scramble and call these emergency sessions so that they can ratify this, even if it's just something that's rubber stamping an emergency declaration. I don't really see the need to cause people to scramble for that, and I don't really see a situation where the council's, if there is some sort of emergency situation and the city manager issues something the council doesn't like, I feel that it can be addressed by calling a special session to reverse that under the current rules. So I'm just concerned that this 7-day requirement is going to cause extra work. And I guess an analogy would be when we have something to come to us, staff presents something to us in open session, and we ask for a report back every 3 months or something. That it's pretty routine for one of our council members to remind that we can ask for a report at any time, so it doesn't have to be set. So that's my only concern on that.
Anybody else wish to be heard? Councilmember Griffiths, I think, was first, and then Councilmember Matucci.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Sullivan, I was just curious about if there was a need to call the special meeting within the 7 days, and let's say it's under more normal circumstances, not like we are today under emergency order already. Could that special meeting be held telephonically or via video conference without the requirement of council members to be physically present in council chambers or even in the city for that matter?
Sure. To be a lawyer, I'll answer it depends. Under our current state of emergency, the state has modified the Brown Act to eliminate some of the requirements for teleconferencing and what they call other electronic means, which is the video conference that you mentioned. Normally, the Brown Act would require anyone that teleconferences in has to be in a publicly accessible location. So whether you're in-state, in the city, or somewhere else, you have to post an agenda and the public is allowed to attend. As I said, under this one, due to the social distancing requirements and the concern of spread, the governor suspended that requirement so the council does not have to have a physical location, and you can call in from an area that is not accessible to the public. But in the future, obviously, depending on the emergency, that might not be available, depending on what the orders are from the governor. But the regular Brown Act would be you have to have a publicly accessible location. So if you're in a hotel out of town, we have to notice it 72 hours in advance for a regular meeting, and then that place has to be posted, whether like if it's a hotel with a business center, or if you're doing it from your home, you'd have to post your home or something along those lines.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you for that. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand the sentiments out there about inconveniencing staff and calling council members in for a special meeting. But what we seem to be forgetting here is that we're trying to put limits on one particular individual, and in our case, it's our city manager, to unilaterally come up with a order that we may or may not agree with as a whole or partially as a council. And giving a timeline of 7 days, I think it's relatively generous, especially these are public orders. These are, this is not just, are we going to install a swing set down at the park? These are public orders. These public orders could actually involve shutting down a whole city if one individual feels, and I'm not talking about Leroy Jackson per se. This is policy that we're putting in place. Like you said, Councilman Gurwitch, 100 years from now, we might be dealing with something like this again. It could be 10 years from now. It could be next year. But we may all be long gone, but the policy will still stay there. What we're trying to do is protect the people of Torrance, and in putting limitations into what we can do and what one individual, a city manager, which a lot of people consider the most powerful person in Torrance. Some might argue differently, but we do need to put some checks and balances in our government, and I think right now is a great example of government really overreach, in my opinion. So we're seeing that every day. We're living it every day, and I think this is just something that putting a 7-day time frame, in my opinion, is reasonable, but it's also the right thing to do for the public, because we need to be able to have some control and not just one person have unilateral powers over a whole city. That's my position, and I support the ordinance as written, and I hope we move forward with it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I couldn't disagree any stronger. This is a policy and procedure and ordinance that we've been dealing with for many, many years. It's never been an issue. This is not the first emergency ordinance that the city of Torrance has had. There's been a number of emergency ordinances through the years. We have what we call a council manager government. The 7 of us, the mayor, the council, govern this city with the city manager. And there are enough checks and balances in there as well already. Hamstringing a future council by putting in deadlines like this just for a future city manager, a future mayor and council, I think is unnecessary. There's an axiom in the law does not require a useless act, and I consider this to be a useless act. Anybody else? Councilmember Kalani.
Hi. I just, if Mr. Sullivan, if you could just help me understand once again. My understanding is not only does it put some checks and balances in place, but it's kind of a cleanup item in that it would align with and be consistent with what's already required as a proclamation for local emergencies, and they're currently being ratified by the City Council within 7 days as well. So it would just align it. Is that not correct?
Yes, under 16.2.5, which is the one that allows the declaration of emergency, that requires that to be brought to the council within 7 days. So that would make the timeline consistent. I did, when I drafted it, based on council comments last week, separated what I called public orders, which are rules and regulation orders issued by the city manager or the council that would affect the public, residents, businesses, or an area of the city or the entire city at large as a public order, and that was the 7-day. The administrative orders, which are orders that affect essentially city buildings, city property, city events, city programs, city parks, based on council comments, I've left that as the earliest practicable time. But obviously council can choose to do as they see fit with the ordinance.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Goodrich again.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a clarifying question for Councilmember Matucci. I'm just trying to better understand the viewpoint here. Is the concern that there might be an emergency declaration the council doesn't like, and therefore the council would have to step in and nullify that emergency declaration?
No, not necessarily. We already have that now. But in order to allow both the public and us to do it in a timely manner, I personally think 7 days is very generous. Quite honestly, I'm not comfortable with a public order going out without first making it go through council and discussing it. But I guess in a sense, if there's an emergency, I get it. No, so nullifying, that's according to what I understand of what's there now. We can nullify it, but again, we would have to come to the table regardless. I mean, I would imagine that's a public meeting, and why not just ratify at that point? And if it's within 7 days, I mean that's what staff is here for. I would imagine. I don't think it's that big of a burden. If there's an order that goes out, I think the public and the council, future councils, future mayors, should have the ability to talk about that order and nullify it or ratify it or make changes as needed. But I think just bringing it back within a time frame and not just leaving it wide open for discussion as to what is reasonable, because reasonable to a future city manager might be 3 weeks. Would you be okay with 3 weeks? And that's where the problem comes in. Let's put a time frame on it so that we can have I guess put our mind at ease, knowing that within 7 days it's going to come back and get ratified. I guess unless there's some kind of special circumstances where for whatever reason we can't come back, I just don't predict that being a future issue, especially with technology.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I would agree with you that 7 days is very generous, and in fact, if there is something that the city manager enacts unilaterally, I would certainly expect that this council would address it immediately if it was that much distasteful or disliked by either the council or the community as a whole, and step in and do call an emergency session to revoke that. So I think 7 days is very generous. But because of that, because we would step in immediately, I don't see a whole lot of upside to depending on 7 days. It's the situation where we either have to address it immediately or it's something that's not urgent. So I would offer maybe a compromise here and set it at 14 days, knowing that we still have the power to do an emergency session and revoke something immediately. But 14 days, I think, would also give the council flexibility to act and accept public input on this in a timely fashion in the event of a bye week.
Anybody else? Councilwoman Ashcraft.
The question, I think, is for our city attorney. Does this require a supermajority vote if coming together?
Are you talking by calling a special meeting?
Correct.
No, that would just call a bare majority, a simple majority.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. And this is for clarification. This is only in the case where talking about an emergency public order. And in the normal process, should an emergency occur, I just want to verify with probably the city manager in this case, who issues it, that normally it would come up at the very next city council meeting. Would that not be correct? Which would be normally within 7 days.
Yes, this is Leroy Jackson. Normally, it would come back to you in the next council meeting. The peculiarity would be if you have a skipped council meeting, a dark night. Then we'd have to call either a special or an emergency meeting for you to concur in that action.
Okay. And then say if it was a dark night and the next council meeting would be 13 days from a prior meeting, but if it turns out to be a public order emergency, we'll call them in. Just like we did that for one of the homeless task force issue meeting. We came in on the fifth Tuesday last October, I believe, something like that.
Right. And it's not unusual. We could call it. It kind of counts on what's going on at the time, the availability of council members who may have gone on vacation or otherwise to be away from the community. But those are the only unusual situations. And again, Patrick, we'd only need a majority of the council for action on the matter.
Correct. The Brown Act is written that for a special meeting, it can be called by the mayor or a majority of the council, and then it's just a simple majority. It doesn't require a supermajority for anything they approve or deny.
So that's good clarification, because in the case that people have pre-planned out of town trips on a dark night, and then it turns out something emergency come up, council member X don't need to call in from country Z and tell them that I'm in hotel Y just to participate.
No, just as long as we have enough council members available at that point in time.
Right. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. No more questions, Mayor.
That's from you. But Councilmember Griffith does.
Yeah, thank you again, Mayor. And in the same vein of conversation about the number of council members required, again, I know many of us on the council, we schedule vacation time away when we know there's a pre-planned dark night. And so I am a little concerned that if there's a special meeting called, that there's a possibility that maybe, there's a chance we don't even have quorum. So I guess I need to make sure I understand is that you would at least need a minimum of a quorum to hold the special or an emergency meeting. And then if you only had a quorum, let's say 4 members on a 7-member council, that in anything to make a change would require 3 votes. Am I thinking correctly?
That's correct. You would need a quorum to act, and then I would actually have to look that if it's I don't know if they consider a public order an ordinance, but ordinances usually require 4 votes, so it's a majority of the body. So I would have to look that that might require an unanimous action then. But I'd have to look and see if a public order is considered an ordinance, and it may be the way it's issued, but I'd have to look deeper into that.
Thank you. I see no other hands from council, so the call center, do we have anybody who's called in?
Yes,
Item
we do,
9D
Mayor.
as in David.
We do.
Wanna patch
Andy,
him
can
through?
you please begin? Sure. Andy, can you please begin speaking? You are now unmuted. Andy, your time has started.
Do we know there's still a connection there?
Yes, Mayor. It's showing that he is on the line and he is not muted, but I don't hear him.
Is there anybody else who's called in?
Yes, Mayor. Would you like me to disconnect this caller and see if he will call back in?
Please do.
David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, everyone. This is David Epperly. I have a question mostly aimed at the attorney. The way I understand this is that this 7-day or the time constraint provides it sets a maximum where the council must act within that period of time, but it doesn't set a minimum. They can act sooner if they want, but they must act at least by such and such date. Is that the way that that reads? Could you help me with the language and my understanding of that?
That is correct, sir.
I think that's exactly what it says.
Okay. So in that case, I think that kind of answer, if I got the name right here, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I know all you guys, but Councilman Matucci, I think that maybe that helps with your situation in the sense that as long as it sets a maximum and doesn't set a minimum, then essentially the way it's worded right now is really no impact. If you leave it the way it is, there's no negative impact, and there's potentially a downside in the sense that if it's not an emergency, as I think Tim had mentioned, it requires people to scramble when no one's really concerned about the city manager's action. That everybody's already in agreement, and we'll get around to ratifying it when we can. Okay, those are my thoughts. Is that anybody else in this or have a follow-up question to what I asked there that maybe helps clarify this situation?
No, I think your question was relevant and right on, spot on point. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Is the call center, anybody there?
Mayor, yes, I believe that we have one more caller being patched in. If you don't mind waiting a moment, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, everyone. It's Andy again. Sorry, I had to use my facilities here. Anyway, I'm kind of wondering why is all this tweaking of our city charters is needed. Since I started to go to these meetings, and it's only like 8 or 10 months, I don't know, only thing you do, taking away from people's rights and people's vote and people's ability to speak or anything. You are, 7 of you, our 7 elected officials, and the power of the city is in one hand. I don't say that Mr. Jackson is not a good leader or not a good city manager, but you are our leaders. Now, every power, all the power is in Mr. Jackson's hands. I don't even know what is he doing all week, all day. All these orders coming from the governor, coming from the county, we don't need to put more order in Mr. Jackson's hands. And the people is not represented here. The checks and balances is gone in Torrance. And I was disgusted by the mayor's speak, how he talked on to Matucci again. He's an illegally elected official. And he was staying in office because Mr. Fellow did not prosecute him. That's why. And Mr. Jackson did not tell Mr. Fellow to prosecute him, and the existing council with Mrs. Ashcroft did not vote for it to prosecute Curry. That's why we have this sitting mayor here, because he was not prosecuted for his crimes. And he's doing everything to taking away people's voting rights, people's interaction with the city, and the power from the city council. And by the way, he put it on the election, the March election, the appointed position from the treasurer and
we are talking about an ordinance amending the municipal code relating to the rules, regulations, and orders of the city manager, acting as the director of emergency services, issued during a state of emergency must be ratified by the city council and approve an ordinance summary for publication. I don't understand the relevance of what you're going through.
The relevance is that you giving more power to Mr. Jackson. Might as well just give him the key of the city.
There's no statement on here about giving more power to Mr. Jackson. Ironically, I think it's just kind of actually shortening up time limits for the city council to do action and mandating that they have to do an action in a period of time.
Your opinion.
Well, that is my opinion. Yeah, that is my opinion.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected.
I can read that.
His time was up.
Okay.
I do not see any
Anybody
other
else
callers
on the line?
I do not see anyone else on the line at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other callers and the council have asked all their questions, I'll certainly entertain how this council would like to move on this matter. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the ordinance as amended and then approve the ordinance for summary for publication.
Kalani, second.
And if I may, this is the city attorney. Would the motioner, as part of his motion, ask the city clerk to read the number and the title, and that way you won't have to make two motions if the motioner and the seconder would agree?
Yes, I agree to that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roll call
We have
vote.
a motion and then a second. Did you read the number and title first?
Oh, sure. Ordinance number 3868, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending the Torrance Municipal Code Section 16.2.6A regarding when orders issued by the city manager acting as the director of public services must be ratified by the City Council. Now, would you like the roll call vote?
Please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
No.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
No.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich and Mayor Fury voting no.
Thank you. That takes us to the one we added on today, and that will be item 9E, which addresses the reopening of the beaches on Wednesday, May 13th. From our city attorney.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. Just to go back a little bit in time, on March 27th, 2020, the City Council ratified Public Order 2020-5, which had been issued on March 27th, 2020, which closed Torrance Beach, the Torrance Beach parking lot, a portion of the Strand within our jurisdiction, Miramar Park, and the Riviera Beach Colony parking lot. This agenda item is asking the City Council to repeal portions of the March 27th order, which closed Torrance Beach and the ocean, and to issue a new order that will be opening Torrance Beach. This resolution would not address the other parts of that order. Those other places will be closed. So to summarize, this would open the beach and open the ocean as well. I would point out that although we are a charter city, we do not have a health official. So we are subject to the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health. LA County has announced their planned reopening of the beaches for active recreation tomorrow. They have not issued an order or a modification to their safer at home order, nor has the governor as far as that's concerned. The attached resolution addresses our understanding of what the county and other agencies in the South Bay of LA County are going to do, essentially opening up the beach and ocean for active recreation, requiring social distancing. It's our understanding that the county is going to require face coverings to be worn when not in the water. It also restricts, at least at this point, sitting, sunbathing, or picnicking. So it's only allowing active recreation, which is defined as surfing, running, walking, and swimming. They've prohibited volleyball and anything that would be like picnicking or group setting up groups such as pop-up tents, easy ups, those sort of things. If there are further modifications to the order from LA County, we can come back with a revision. Probably would have the city manager issue a revision to come into compliance so everyone's on the same page. There is another thing to note that Torrance Beach is unique. It is not a county beach, but the county and the state have portions of it. So there are issues. I know one of the things is the county is not allowing bike riding on the Strand. That's why you don't see that in our order as well. So if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But that's all I have for now.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, does the city of Torrance have jurisdiction over the parking lot?
This is Leroy Jackson. No, not the public parking lot there. That's the county parking lot. We have street parking around the circle, and we have a parking lot that's off about a block from the beach.
Right, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw somebody else's hand up, I thought. Oh, Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just for further clarification, is this the same order that we're talking about repealing that also closed Miramar Park?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
The county has asked us not to reopen Miramar at this point in time.
But is that an area that we have jurisdiction over the county?
Yes, it is.
So we could, if we chose to do so, open Miramar Park?
Patrick, I don't think the park itself is in the order that will be issued by the county. So I believe the answer would be we could open up the park.
Yeah, it's our park, so it would be in our jurisdiction whether to have the park open or closed.
And our other parks are open, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That is correct, although the Madrona Marsh is limited hours and appointment only.
Yeah, I don't consider that a park. But the issue about parking, again, so you're saying that that's controlled by the county order, and so we don't have any right to change that?
It's a county parking lot. They own the parking lot itself.
And so their order controls the use of that parking lot such that their order says we can't use it for parking, correct?
Correct.
I find that just really backwards, in my opinion, that you allow people to go to the beach, but you don't let them park at the beach. Where do you expect them to park? And they're going to park in the neighborhoods, which in my opinion is even worse than allowing them to park in the parking lot. I just find these rules a little bit ridiculous, and I think we should have the parking lot open. Certainly,
I expressed that very clearly to the county. I suggest rather strongly that we probably be back to them very quickly with complaints and concerns if they did not open up that parking lot. But they are not open any of the parking lots all along the beach.
I understand. I think regardless of whether it's Torrance or any beach, if they're not going to allow the parking lots to be open, that's putting a burden on the surrounding areas. In this case, it's a Torrance neighborhood that will be burdened, and I think that's actually worse than the option of opening the parking lot. So I would certainly be strongly supporting any requests of the county to reverse their decision on the parking lot, and if they want to make an exception for our parking lot at Torrance Beach, so be it. But I think we need to get that done. I would like to see this resolution include the opening of Miramar Park, subject to the normal social distancing and elimination of playground apparatus and things like we've done at our other parks. I think that being outdoors and in the sunshine is a positive benefit for our residents, and I would like to see us move further in that direction. Am I the only one that didn't get a copy? Am I the only one that didn't get a copy of the resolution? I don't have a copy of it.
May I speak to the?
I did not get a copy.
What you brought up?
Yes, you may, of course.
I don't have a copy as well. It's in the mail. The opening of the beaches was a negotiation that was brought about by a coalition of the beach cities mayors. That's every mayor from El Segundo up to the top of the hill. When the beaches were closed, it was in essence the same group of mayors who determined that it was appropriate to close the beaches at that time, and that's when things were really going really bad in the Orange County area. The mayors and members of the city staff, specifically city managers, sat down with our supervisor and discussed a phased reopening that we could talk the public health into allowing us to do. The original thought was that the beaches would be closed till after Memorial Day, the 31st of May. She made an order of the 15th, and we went to the public health director as a group and presented a phased reopening. Some of the cities, specifically the beach cities that we are in alignment with, determined that parking, to disencourage people from coming to the beaches, the parking lots, they wanted them to remain closed. Discouraging people to not socially distance, they came up with the idea that you could only do active things on the beach. You could not sit down. You could not, have groups, because they are mindful that there's a mindset of people who just don't want to listen to the rules that the county has laid out. It was brought into by our supervisor and brought to Dr. Farrar, and she agreed. Now, I've not seen what her order is yet, and I've discussed this with our city attorney as well as our city manager, and speaking with her office today, that apparently the barricades are coming down on the beaches tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Beaches and Harbors putting up signs telling people they have to socially distance. They have to, and I had heard nothing about the masking while on the beach, but I actually have no problem with that at all, because I think it's probably more appropriate when people are exercising. But my last conversation with Dr. Ferrer was that was not in it. My understanding is from our conversation today with Supervisor Hahn's office is that Dr. Ferrer will issue that order at 1 o'clock tomorrow in her public statement, and I think she will explain the reasoning why the beaches are opening up in a limited capacity with the ability to, right now, they also mandate that there be no bike paths, that the strands not be open. And a lot of that was brought about by the mayors of those cities and their city managers, because they don't want to have the gatherings coming to their city. At the present time, there's not enough room in some of those cities to even socially distance yourself on a bike path or a strand, and they're concerned about that. They don't want to cause an enforcement issue or even civil disobedience. So to see if people, we encouraged her, we told her that the people in the South Bay have listened to the orders. They are socially distancing. They are protecting their neighbors, and it's sort of almost like a reward system that we negotiated for. So that's the long explanation of what's been going on. But this has been 2 and 3 meetings a week for the last month, 5 weeks, since just before the beaches were closed. So there's been a lot of communications with our staff as well as the staff of the county as well.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for your clarification. And could I rebut that just with my clarification on what I was saying, with your explanation included? I'm not recommending that we go against the county's recommendation. I would much rather have their recommendation to open the beaches with their limitations than not to open the beaches. But if we have the opportunity to make our own adjustments where it is not dictated by the county, for instance, the park, then I would like to make sure that we include that option. At least that's my opinion, and obviously subject to majority of our council to see if they agree to open the parking lots. If that's not something we can control, then we leave that to the county. I'm not suggesting that, but I would also like to make sure that our input as a council is heard by the county. That I think, and if the council agrees, it'd be great. If not, then that's fine as well. But I think that the parking lot should be open so we don't burden. I guarantee you that people are going to be dying to get to the beach, and the fact that the parking lot's not going to be open is not going to stop them. And so I'm really concerned about the burden that that's going to impose on our neighborhoods. But I certainly do want to go ahead and get our beaches open with whatever the county will allow us. And if our council would agree, I would support any other further openings like the park with the limitations that they would support. That's my positions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. I would totally agree with Councilmember Griffiths. If we could at least open up Miramar Park. I think probably 1 or 2 weeks ago, I don't know if it was in a council meeting, I asked, because we had a neighbor around the area ask, is it okay for folks from Miramar Park walk through the parking lot so they don't have to walk in the street, so it's safer? I don't know if we can even get that as a part of it, so that as people are walking along, they could at least walk through the parking lot. And then I think earlier, I think it was the city attorney mentioned about they're going to allow exercising and swimming, and I'm assuming that includes surfing, and surfers and swimmers probably aren't wearing facial covering when they're doing that. I just want to make sure. I think that's the interpretation, and we're not expecting them to be wearing facial covering when they're in the water.
Yeah, the original guideline, this is Leroy Jackson, the original guideline did not include the mask because of that. I think what has been the change has been if they're walking or they're jogging, they should be wearing the mask. They take it off, go into the ocean. We were asking, where do you put it? Why put it in the ocean? But that's kind of how the transition's gone. Again, we don't own or operate the parking lot, so any crossing or allowances on the parking lot are clearly in the hands of the county and their property ownership in that regard. And I don't think the Miramar is more of a request from the county. It's not a part of the mandate that we keep it closed.
And Your Honor, just
any other?
This is Patrick Sullivan.
Hello.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, I apologize. I thought when I had this item posted after the council approved it, I thought the council would get an automatic notification of that on the website, and that's my error. I just passed out to the people who are on site a copy of the agenda item and the resolution. If you're not on site, it's on the website, or I can deliver it by email. But I do apologize. That was an assumption on my part that if there was an update on the system, that it would go as a notification to the council, and that's no one else's fault, not Rebecca's, not Leroy's, but mine.
I'm on site and I didn't
have
get
a
one.
copy.
I just handed it out to Zolma, who's passing them out right now.
Thank you.
And I do have it on the website. Thank you. If there's no other questions, is there anybody on the call center that's called up for 9E? Is that Edward?
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor. We do have some callers. Are you ready for me to begin to patch them in?
Sure thing.
Andy, you are now unmuted. Please begin speaking.
Hi, this is Andy again. I hope the mayor doesn't take the time up and argue with me. He's there, sitting there to listen for people's comments, not argue with them. As Leroy Jackson told you guys, the parking lot of Torrance Beach, what you consider Torrance Beach, is owned by the county. There is no such a thing also as Torrance Beach. All the beaches owned by Los Angeles County. If you go down to the bike pad or the sand, it is Los Angeles County beaches. The parking lot next to Miramar Park, the big parking lot, it is Los Angeles County parking lot. Now, I totally for opening up the beaches and the parks. If you can stand on the farmer's market and buy groceries and mingle with people, but it's not a big area compared to our LA County beaches, not Los Angeles, sir. Los Angeles, not Torrance Beach, LA County beaches. Then the people would be responsible to save distance for each other. People just have to save distance instead of locked up in their house, locked up in their apartment like rabbits. Not to go here, not to go there. Why is it okay to go to the farmer's market, and why is it not okay to go to the beach? Why? Because Torrance doesn't get any money of it. You could open up Miramar Park, that's your call. But you're going to have to be observed and execute the orders from the county. So you again arguing about the county and this and that beaches, but you don't have jurisdiction. What Mr. Mayor could do, get together with the other mayors and tell the county the citizens are very antsy. I'm disconnected now? The citizens are very antsy. They want to get out to fresh air, to sunshine, not to live in like rabbits in a cage. And if Torrance Farmers Market can go, then the city beaches or the county beaches could go. Please do everything in your power to open up the beaches, open up the parks, so people can live like people, not like caged animals. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing. Anybody else on the call center?
Oh, yes. Sorry about that, Mayor. David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi. Hello, everyone. Again, can you hear me okay? I can't seem to hear you guys. Kind of quiet in my my phone, but I'm going to go ahead. I'd like you guys to go ahead and open everything up as much as you possibly can. I've always equated this thing to like a busy freeway when you've got a couple of crazy guys racing down the freeway, putting everybody in jeopardy. You ticket the people that are creating the problem, and you cite them, and you don't restrict everybody from driving on the freeway. This has just been an amazing situation that we've been in. So I've been having to drive to Orange County to mountain bike. I've got favorite trails up in the local mountains that I go to. that where I encounter about 30 people over a 15-mile stretch of riding on a typical day, and the beaches, especially Torrance Beach, is such a very sparsely populated beach that as much as you can lift restrictions in the Torrance area and be restricted only as far as the county and push back on the county, I would encourage you to do that. I think we're actually burdening other counties by forcing people like myself to travel to other counties so that I can go to the beach and get a run and find my own 300 yards of separate space in Bolsa, which is sparsely populated. If I wanted to be in a more crowded area, I guess I could do that too. But there's usually plenty of areas where people can either be in a little bit more constrained area or a little bit less constrained area based on their own freedom of choice, what they would like to have and what they think makes sense. So let's do everything we can, please, to open up everything as much as possible and be an example and exemplary to freedom in this mixed-up situation that we've had. And let's go ahead and cite people with some sort of an appropriate citation that are totally misbehaving. And, for example, again, I draw the analogy of a couple guys racing their cars down the 405 and putting everybody in danger. Sure, let's go after those, but let's keep it free for everybody else. Thanks a lot for listening again, folks.
Thank you. Anybody else on the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we do have another caller. Cameron, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
This is absolutely insane. This is unsafe. I don't know if you guys saw the pictures of Hermosa when it was opened up. People weren't wearing masks. There was a ton of people all sitting nearby. Every time the beach has opened, there's a ton of people all sitting close together with no masks. It doesn't matter if you have a sign up that says social distancing. We know you guys aren't going to do anything to enforce it. And people are going to die. When the beaches started opening up in California, the death toll went up. Do you want to deal with that? Do you want to deal with people dying in your city? I feel like I'm crazy. We need to just wait because your guys are going to have to end up closing it again because the deaths are going to go up. This is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why we're giving in to these terrorist protesters that are coming out and protesting common sense. We need to protect each other. You need to protect your people. You have a responsibility to this city. This is absolutely insane. We can't do this to our people. It's unfair because those people are going to spread it, and then they're going to spread it to the people working on the front lines, to all the freaking people at the grocery store, to the nurses, and it's not fair. They don't deserve to die because of some stupid decision. People are irresponsible. They are going to sit close together, and they are going to sit without masks, and I hope you're ready to deal with the death toll, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, I believe thank you. Yeah, I believe she disconnected herself, and at this time, I do not see any other callers on the line for 9E. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else on the call? Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I too agree with what Councilman Griffiths said about opening up the park, and of course, try to open up as much as possible. I am a little, I guess, bothered. I don't know if bother is the right word, but by the LA County's orders of not being able to not even stop to sit down after jogging or running or exercising. You can't. I guess the way I envision this is people just need to keep on moving, move, and I don't know when's the last time some of us have gone to the beach, but you usually bring a beach bag with water and change of shoes if you're wearing shoes, a towel, what are you supposed to do? I mean, if we can't even put it down, so I mean, and of course, kids. You know, I mean, are we going to bring kids? Are kids going to be able to go? Is this just going to be a bunch of adults just running around? And the minute you stop, one of our police officers is going to write you a ticket. I think this is so, I guess, in a way, ridiculous that we're even going down this road. I mean, I understand it's the county. I understand it's the state. But there comes a point in time to where I think people are just going to look at us and say, what are you guys doing? You know, I think we mentioned the parking lot. Without the parking lot being opened up, I think the beach is going to be, going to the beach is going to be a problem. As we well know, the Riviera area is not well known for having a whole bunch of parking. There's going to be a bunch of people parking up on the residential streets, so I think that's something that we should probably look into, getting the county to open up that parking lot. But again, I go back to, you know, I don't know what the mayors got together and discussed. They closed it. Now they want to open it. I think it's just absurd what we're doing. I think the beaches should be open. They should have probably never been closed. It's one of the safest places, in my opinion. You're outdoors. You got plenty of room to spread out. Another thing I wanted to bring up, you know, we're putting limited hours, thinking that limited hours on, let's say, the marsh, the Madrona Marsh. That means that there's going to be more people going, even though they require an appointment and have a specific amount of people going in. But you know, we're putting time limitations, and it just, to me, it's a bunch of useless and meaningless requirements. I don't know. I think it just, I hate to say it, but to me, it just sounds like a whole bunch of government overreach. One of the callers criticized the protest. I mean, and just like I have my opinion, some of us have different opinions, and I respect that. But I think the vast majority of people want to get out. You know, we flatten the curve. Our hospitals aren't, with bodies coming out of the windows or anything, fortunately. And I think what we did worked. I'm not criticizing what we did, but I think there comes a time to where we need to look at how to reopen Torrance as a whole. And this phased approach, even with the beach, I think is just too much government control. I mean, how are we going to handle when, 800 people show up at the beach and people stop to drink some water and they sit down? I mean, are we going to start writing tickets? Do we want Torrance police and all resources down there? I mean, what are we going to do? SWAT team, snipers? I mean, what are we doing here? I think there comes a time we need to have a discussion about reopening businesses and reopening everything. We're at that point. I think people are tired. They're tired of it. I know I'm tired of it. I know a lot of people are tired of it, and I think that's the discussion we need to have. And when that meeting of mayors came together, I think that should have been the discussion, is how do we open up the South Bay, not just a few parks and trails. Parks and trails don't pay my mortgage. They don't pay my utility bills or people's rents. People want to get back to work. Those are the conversations the mayors should have had. Maybe they did have it, maybe they didn't. But I think that's what the people of Torrance and people of the South Bay are more worried about, is when in the heck are they going to go back to work? When are the business owners going to be able to open their doors? Those are the conversations we need to have. So I'm okay with this resolution if that's the only thing we got. But I do hope that we can put our heads together and reopen the economy. People are not just dying of COVID, they're dying financially. Everything they've ever worked for is crumbling away because the government, at one point in time, lied to us. They lied to us in the sense that it was supposed to be 2 weeks, then 3 weeks, then 4 weeks. We're 2 months into it. Now LA County's talking about extending another 3 months. What are people supposed to think? What are people supposed to think? So we're basically incarcerating and putting limitations on people going to the beach that are perfectly healthy. And And also, I think they're not kindergartners. I don't think we need to tell people that they need to be obedient, because I don't think America was built that way. That the people need to be obedient to anybody, especially not government. Okay, this is a government of the people for the people, and I don't want to sound all patriotic and stuff, but yeah, there is a constitutional right that I think, in my opinion, is being violated, and I don't want to take part of that violation, quite honestly. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Kalani. We need to hear you.
Can't hear.
Councilwoman.
Sorry, I said I want to see us moving forward. So in regards to this resolution, can it also include, can we change this to include Miramar Park being opened, or does that require a second resolution?
No, we could. Resolution? Councilman, this is Patrick Sullivan. We could add that tonight. Just in that first, under number 1, we could just revise it to read Section 1, Torrance Beach, comma, Section 2, Ocean, comma, and Section 6, Miramar Park, of public order, blah, 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 are repealed. And that would do it if that's the council's direction.
I personally would like to recommend that. I want to see us move forward.
Well, is that your motion then?
Sure. I motion that we adopt the resolution to open the beach and also include Miramar Park.
Clarification question, please.
See a second. No. Go ahead.
I just was looking at, now that I have a copy of the resolution, I wanted to get clarification on the Riviera Beach Colony parking lot. Is that totally under our control, or is that managed or controlled by the...
That is our parking lot and in our control.
So if we chose, in addition to opening Miramar Park, could we open that parking lot as well?
Yes.
If we chose to do so?
Yes.
And I would like to see the motion amended to include that parking lot if the motioner would approve.
Yes, I would approve that.
You get.
So
the
that
seconder will also approve.
And that would be Section 7 of Resolution 2020-5. So we can do that.
Do we need something else?
It was awful quiet all of a sudden. I had no idea.
Right.
If there was not a second, I will second that motion as amended.
Okay.
I believe I had a yeah.
Yeah, but
and then you want the resolution number for the motion.
Right, the number and title we need for it. Right.
Yeah, if the motioner and seconder would agree to include part of the motion and that the city clerk could read the number and title, that would save you from doing 2 motions.
Yes, please.
Yes. Got an indicator. Councilmember Chen? Yes. Okay. So we've got our clerk will give us a number and title now, right?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-34, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, repealing those portions of Public Order number 2020-5 that closed Torrance Beach and issuing Public Order number 2020-9 and opening Torrance Beach with restrictions.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2020-34.
As amended.
As amended. Thank you.
And Councilmember Chen, you had a second on that?
Or whatever.
Yes.
Ready for your roll call vote, Mayor?
Please.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Yes.
Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Affirmative.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to item 13, oral communication. For any member of the public that wishes to speak on items not on the agenda, please call the phone number on your screen, 310-618-2404. Staff is standing by in our call center to queue up our callers. Oral communication is limited to a 30-minute period. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak, and then the system will automatically disconnect the call. Government Code Section 54954.3B1 allows the City Council to limit the total amount of time on each agenda item and for each individual speaker. We have 30 minutes right now, so do we have anybody lined up in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we do. Jean Adelsman, you are unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, thank you. I'm Jean Adelsman, and I want to update you on. I'm sorry, I was on speakerphone. I shouldn't have done that. I'm Jean Adelsman, and I want to update you on the latest developments with the Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation. We are all dealing with the pandemic's financial consequences. Like many nonprofits, we are facing existential issues, and we are working hard to ensure that we survive the virus's impact. We have had to cancel our annual fundraiser, from which we needed to net $125,000. I am pleased to tell you that we have several local donors who have stepped up to help us. Jim Olds, representing his late parents, AJ and Joyce, has given us $60,000. We have received $10,000 each from Athena Paquette Cormier, the Torino Foundation, in conjunction with Francesca and Doug Deaver, and Scott Douglas. $5,000 each from Surf Management, Pelican Continental Development, and Ceres Regis, and $1,000 each from California Water Service, Rita Smith and Associates, and Ann and Marty Gallagher. So we are $10,000 from making our fundraising goal, but we are working hard to achieve that. Like many groups, however, we are treading water. We hope that in the not-too-distant future, we will again be putting on enjoyable and affordable entertainment for the people of Torrance and bringing in people from around the South Bay to enjoy our local restaurants for dinner before the shows and nightcaps afterward. As Leroy Jackson can tell you, this has been a partnership with the City of Torrance since our beginning more than 25 years ago. We hope that we will continue for the next 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Good news indeed.
Jennifer Dukeman, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, good evening. First off, I would like to say thank you, Mayor Fury and Torrance City Council members, for your time. And I understand that you're under a lot of pressure at the moment and getting our city back up and running as soon as possible. On behalf of my salon staff and all other hairstylists and barbers in the city of Torrance, I'd like to respectfully request that you consider opening our respective salons and shops sooner than scheduled in the current phases. We are of utmost sanitary practices. We would operate by appointment only with no waiting inside. We would practice social distancing and leave more time in between appointments to disinfect stations between clients. Financial assistance doesn't make up for the lost income that we're facing at the moment. And not only does the shutdown affect our current financial situation, but it will be affected afterwards because clientele could have possibly gone elsewhere to another city where salons are open.
Jennifer, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am. I'm still here.
Anything else, Jennifer?
No, I'm sorry.
We would love nothing more than to open up businesses, but as we said at the outset, the Los Angeles County Public Health Department controls, and it's their thoughts are, they've set out the phasing on it. There's so many businesses that we as mayor and council members would just really embrace opening up. But we have to go with the mandates of the public health department. So we are certainly advocating to get them opened up. We started that at the beginning of our meeting, and we'll certainly continue our advocacy to try and get it up, because we recognize that small businesses are most important to our community. And we want to see you not just survive, but to be very successful as well. And certainly as soon as we can get them to do it, we will do it. And if it means making our city look like we are set off from the rest of the cities, which we should be, we will certainly do that. So we'll make every effort we can for you.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
James Henry, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, James Henry. I don't know if I think you already know that the finance department is working from home. And I have pertinent questions about the lighting district that needs to be answered. I can't get in contact with anyone because everyone's working at home. How come?
If you could contact
our office, and we'll get his answers for you. This is Leroy Jack.
What phone number?
Mr. Henry, the area code
310-618-5880.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Randy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Furry and City Council members. My name is Randy Filis, and I'm the Southern California representative for Project Coyote. I am a volunteer. We're a charitable organization and nonprofit promoting coexistence between people and wildlife. Project Coyote denounces the indiscriminate killing of wildlife, specifically the recent trapping and killing of 14 Torrance coyotes, which took place in the Madrona Marsh at the cost of $70,000 to taxpayers to pay for killing your local native wildlife. Scientific research shows that trapping coyotes does not work. Scientific research shows coyote populations will quickly bounce back even when as many as 70% of the coyotes are removed from the community. This has been going on for at least 4 to 5 years that I've been coming to your city council and have been asking you guys to try coexistence and education instead of killing. Public education and reduction of wildlife attractants are the most effective methods to discourage coyotes, not the inhumane, lethal methods that your city is taking. Do the right thing and learn to live with your wildlife and coexist, and to do it safely, as Los Angeles City does, as Calabasas does, as San Francisco does, as Marin County does, and the list will go on and on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Matthew Duncan, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, my name is Matthew Duncan. I am here tonight to comment on a discussion about coyote trapping requirements from the September 10th, 2019 City Council meeting, which was about 1 month prior to the beginning of the trapping session. Viewing the video of the meeting at the 4-hour and 31-minute mark of the meeting, during a conversation about trapping on private property, Catherine Jensen, who identified herself as special counsel to the city, stated that trapping on private property will require, quote, the consent of the property owner, which is true. But according to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Code of Regulations, Title 14, Section 465.5 G3, the trap placement requirement, and I'm going to read it verbatim, it's just one sentence. Traps may not be set within 150 yards of any structure used as a permanent or temporary residence unless such traps are set by a person controlling such property or by a person who has and is carrying with him written consent of the landowner to so place the trap or traps. So what that means is homeowners within 150 yards of trap sites are required to give written permission to the trapper. If even one does not, then trapping is not allowed from that trap site. Wildlife, again, is a shared natural resource, and California homeowners have a right to say what happens to that shared natural resource. Well, since no follow-up comments were made that night about 465.5 G3, I was left with the impression that the city's position was that only the property owner of a trap site is required to give permission to trap. I spoke with city officials about 465.5 G3 following the meeting and was told the trapper was aware of the regulation. But I am concerned that this regulation was not followed, and I would like to further explain my concern in the future when I have more time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Well, hello again, folks. Thanks again for your vote in terms of trying to open things up as much as possible. I wanted to make a resource available to you and to everybody who may be listening. I heard a health concern on the call, and I do share that as well. We do want to be careful about health, and for that reason, I've actually put together a website. It's called reallycorrect.com. As in the word real, but really correct, as in it's really correct. And I hope that I put a whole bunch of really correct information in there. There are some topics, including staying healthy with exercise, antibody testing, and statistics, safety information ideas, which I have sent a PDF to you folks via email, and now that's online where anybody can download it, and it's ideas on how to be safe. I even propose things like I make some clarifications about how outdoor environments are much, much safer than indoor environments. And on this website, you'll find articles where they've done studies and they've found that most of the transmission, like not just most, almost all, transmission has been traced to have occurred inside in enclosed air areas as opposed to outdoor areas, with infinite ceilings and lots of cubic feet of volume, cubic meters of air volume that tends to displace and minimize any kind of viral load. All kinds of discussion about viral loads. There's discussion about some really problematic things in New York, such as excessive invasive intubation. There's amazing amounts of things where doctors are actually, I can't believe they're doing it, but they're admitting that they've made a lot of errors in the past, and that's what's caused a lot of death in New York. That is the New York, New Jersey are the two preeminent areas in the United States that are having problems. Part of it is related to their closed indoor environments and subways and things like that, and part of it's because they've made their health community knows that they've made some very serious errors in terms of being premature and using overly high pressures on their invasive intubation ventilation systems. Doctors have discussed this. It's all on the website, reallycorrect.com. Take a look at that. Talks about severe case treatments, how best to back out of some of those, some of the things that are, and there's more being added to it. Again, I'd like to call out the antibody testing section that helps us understand some things like Dr. Burks herself has said that about 25% of there's about a 25% inflation of the death.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes was up.
Okay. Do we have another caller?
We do. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Andy Porkchop again. I'm sorry I always a little bit confrontational and criticizing you guys, but basically Mr. Jackson doing a pretty good job following the orders of the governor and the county officials, so he's on top of the thing. What I like to complain about, first of all, when this disease came out, they told us, not to wear mask. Now they tell everybody you got to wear mask. And I'm a law-abiding citizen, I do it. But I'm wearing single-lingy Mickey Mouse mask, people wearing Mickey Mouse mask. We would need to have secure supplies for people, surgical masks and goggles, because you can get the virus through the eyes also, I believe. And where is the leadership on that? Where do I pick up surgical masks for me and my family's safety? Where do I pick up goggles? Where do I pick up just basic toilet papers on a regular basis? I have to clean my wife clean. I have to clean myself. And how do I do it? Go back to the ancient methods? Where are the leadership is here? Where are the masks? Where are the goggles? Where are the hand sanitizers? Why don't you get up on this thing? If people would this simple equipment, they could go to beaches with the mask and goggles on. They could go any place. You could go open businesses. There is a freaking surgical mask for every citizen. This thing's going to last years. You should manufacture. Where are the high-tech Torrance companies? There is a supply for our people to keep themselves safe from this virus. Where is it? Why don't you work on that instead of talking about coyotes, talking about how long Mr. Jackson has to have the time or how long to approve it? Mr. Jackson has everything on it, but providing surgical masks, sanitation, and toilet paper for the people on the regular basis. Give me a break. I want to keep myself healthy. And thank God you saved all the jobs in the Torrance City employees. What about the Torrance City residents? Do you know how many thousand jobs we lost in Torrance City? And they don't have a surgical mask to go and open up their store. They don't have a goggle. They don't have sanitizer. They don't have toilet paper, for Pete's sake. Where are these? That is your leadership, Mr. Mayor. That is your leadership, Mr. Mayor. Speak now. Give you a rest of my time. Tell me your leadership. I can't hear you, Mayor.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. We do have more callers on the line, though. Margaret,
okay, put them on, please.
You are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking? Margaret?
Hi. I just want to wish, and I'm glad Heidi Ashcraft has won again. Congratulations. I know you did a great job last time, and you'll do a great job again this time. Thank you.
Thank you for calling, Margaret. That was nice of you.
Cam, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yeah, hello. It's a surprise to you all that I'm calling in, considering you've seen me once a week for a very long time. You've heard me once a week. And I'm not going to stop calling. I will call and email every day. I'll be a pebble in your shoe for as long as it takes to get justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I am calling in solidarity with his mother, his family, and Black Lives Matter. It is absolutely disgusting that it's taking this long to do nothing. It's been following second Mother's Day without her son, her only son. Like, this left you for us. How does that feel? What if it was your wife? What if it was your kid? Then you would be sad. Then you would feel something. But all of you left does this empathy. And I don't know how I can force it. I force you to feel something, but someone's life was stolen because he was black. And a cop who had stolen life before. These Mexican President Anthony Chavez have had, like, they've proven that they're not safe. Cannot handle the pressure or something, but they need to be off the force because it is not safe. And getting them off of there would be the least amount of justice that you could give Christopher. We need a civilian oversight commission to watch your cops, as the grand jury already recommended. They cannot just be these rogue police officers doing whatever they want, whenever they want, to black people. And I promise I will call and say this shit next week and next week and next week and next week and next week. I'm young. I live here. I am not going to stop. And I am just begging you to look inside the tiny bit of empathy and human decency that you have to move forward with something in Christopher's name. This isn't okay. They can't just kill with impunity. Your cops have such a low rating among all police, even among LAPD, which is really hard. They have a lower score. Trust police by this. By NWA was literally written about Torrance. They have a legacy of this. You guys cannot just continue to allow this to happen.
Dave Inez, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Certainly. Thank you, Katie. Hello, Honorable Mayor Fury and the Honorable City Council. I'd like to thank you for your time. I'd also like to welcome Councilwoman Ashcraft. I met you at Sharon's celebration party. It was a delight meeting you there, and congratulations. My name is David Inez. I am the president of TME, ELEA, and the Crossing Guards, AFSCME Local 1117, also known as the Torrance City Workers. As a union leader, I've been in close touch with many leaders of the local municipalities, and as much as people like to knock Leroy and all the staff over there, I really have to give them props and say that the city of Torrance really has their stuff together as far as informing the employees, the populace, with the various programs they are helping the elderly and keeping us working, you know. Back in 2008 and 2009, when there was also a financial crisis, the city reached out to us, all the employees, and had us submit our ideas as far as saving money, cutting quarters here and there, and they actually published it and sent out a book. And I represent 500 members, 500 people that work for the city, and you'd be surprised that a lot of people have a lot of good creative ideas that can help us through these times and keep everybody working. Not to knock the managers or directors, they mean well, but a lot of times they might not be as in touch with the intricacies of some of these, that some of the boots on the ground might be. So I would encourage you to, before things get worse, if they get worse, that you would reach out to us for additional ideas to help keep the city going. And I guess that's really all I have to say. But as a citizen, I will also say I noticed that when officials take office, they take an oath to the Constitution, and I don't want us to forget about that. If I want Torrance to succeed, I don't want us to fall into fear, because if the city succeeds and the businesses succeed, then the citizens succeed, the businesses, the people, the employees, and we all do. So I'd like to pay attention to the real numbers and not give in to fear, and let's just think common sensibly about some of these things. I mean, as far as the beach, we can go to Home Depot and be right next to each other, but at the beach when we're wide open, and you know what? Let me give you guys props as far as moving forward with the parking lot in Miramar Park. I'm really happy to hear of that development. I won't take any more of your time, and I'll stop ranting, but I highly encourage that you guys look to the membership or my members, the employees, for some good ideas and refer to us. And like I said before, thank you guys for the great job you've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Stephanie Park, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, thank you. Christopher Mitchell's mother, Sherilyn, just spent her second Mother's Day without her son, her only child. She should have received flowers from him. They should have been able to hug each other. Or maybe she would be video chatting with him, hearing how he was doing during yet another day of this quarantine. She would be worrying about small things, hoping he would be safe from illness, making sure he was wearing a mask outdoors or washing his hands or able to work. But the greatest danger to Christopher came from the very people hired and trained and sworn in and paid to supposedly keep all of us safe. He was ambushed in his car, flashlights blinding him, confusing orders given, and then he was gone, shot by Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, all within 15 seconds. No medical attention, no notification of his family until much later. A smear campaign carried out by Chief Irvine. No charges filed against Chavez and Concannon. This was state-sanctioned murder. Fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Prosecute them. Create a civilian oversight committee to hold the Torrance police accountable because you all sure as hell aren't doing it. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. And actually, oral communication is done. We've heard a half hour. Now it's time for us to go to a closed session. Council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, threat to public service or facilities. 14B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. 14C, conference with labor negotiator. And 14D, real property, conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957, 54956.9D4, 54957.6, and 54958, when we will return after exec session is concluded. Thank you. to? Calling the meeting back to order. We've been in an executive session. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, there is not, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we have council orals at this point, and I'll go right down the list. Because Councilwoman Ashcraft is the first in the alphabet, I'm going to call on her first.
Well, I'd like to thank the council for inviting me back, and I promise to do my very best. I don't like this setup that we have to all be separate. It's going to be wonderful when we can be back together in the same room and together and work as a combined council. This is very strange for me because it's my first time meeting this way. I'm sure I'll get used to it, and I know we've got a lot of hard decisions, and that's why we were in closed session for a long time. But thank you very much.
I guarantee you, you'll never get used to this. That's for darn sure. Councilmember Goodrich?
Yes, I don't know what happened. I just lost the video feed here, but
yeah, we just
the second time tonight that I don't
know.
know.
I don't have television either.
Yeah, video feed's off.
We're back on. We're back on.
Okay. Well, I don't have anything at any rate. So, again, congratulations to Councilmember Ashcraft. Looking forward to working with you again, and good night.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for everybody's efforts through our difficult times, these long meetings. I want to encourage the public, now that our businesses are starting to reopen, to take your business to them, even if it's not ideal. They need to stay in business. They need the income, and we need the sales tax revenue. So please support our newly open businesses. Again, as we've talked about so much tonight, our Armed Forces weekend is this weekend. Unfortunately, with the celebrations, we'll be absent. That doesn't mean we aren't committed to the whole purpose of what the Armed Forces Day is all about. And please make sure you say something kind to any service people you know. Keep all of our Armed Forces people in your minds. And especially then, congratulations to Councilwoman Ashcraft for your return. We're really thankful to have you. And that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Griffith. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again, Councilmember Ashcraft. And I have never seen such a group of hardworking people. So I'm so honored and blessed to be a part of this. And stay safe and stay well. And good morning, good night. Thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Heidi, welcome back. And even though I may have not supported you tonight in our first vote, I do support you as an individual, and I think you're a great councilwoman. And I've always admired your tenacity, and you're strong, and you're also reasonable. And I got to say, this is all new to me. This downturn in everything. I mean, I've never seen this happening to America. Period. So, anyways, Heidi, I'm glad you're here with us, and I look forward to working with you. I do have a request for concurrence, so I'm just going to go ahead and read this. With City Council concurrence, I would like staff to research the potential for the City of Torrance to create its own public health department. Long Beach, Pasadena, and Berkeley are the only 3 city-run health departments in California. The local focus of each of these respective public health departments allows them to coordinate resources from all sources to best meet the needs of their cities. A city-run health department allows for a city to better engagement with its people, neighborhoods, businesses, and community partners, and a greater understanding of the city's strengths and needs. I'm asking for City Council concurrence to direct staff to research the requirements, funding, and steps that the City of Torrance would need to take should we choose to create a city-operated public health department. And of course, I asked this. I asked for concurrence, and I also asked staff to do this in a time permitting. I know there's a lot of things that we need to work on, but I think we need to get the ball rolling on something like this, at least to gather information. That's my request for concurrence.
Everybody okay?
Thank you, guys.
I think we have concurrence to do that, but obviously recognizing that staff is diligently involved in other things, I think it framed the right way to do it.
Absolutely, a lot going on. Thank you, guys. That's all I have. Good night. Good night, Mayor. Good night, everyone.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, welcome back, Councilwoman Ashcraft. Looking forward to working with you as a new 7-person team. Secondly, I am looking forward to us, City of Torrance, opening up into stage 2 this coming Friday or Saturday, May 15th, I believe it's. I have to look at May 15th. If there are no objections by the LA County Public Health Department per our letter request to them going out. I think the best way for us to recover, in addition to everything we're trying to do, is to start the economy going so that we can start generating revenue. People get healthy and people be energetic to, reinvigorate our city. And everybody stay safe. Keep on protecting those who need to be protected, those in the nursing homes, those who have pre-health conditions. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't say welcome again, Heidi. Good to have you on my side over here again. You're the right person at the right time to help us get through this mess that we didn't bring upon ourselves, but we're going to get out of it. We'll be Torrance all over again. It's just going to hurt for a short period of time, but your expertise will be called upon quite often. And thank you, and thank you everybody for bearing with everything tonight. It was a long meeting, and it's not there'll be longer ones. I can guarantee you that. And to everybody who's listening, I want you to know that everybody sitting up here
Hello.
has worked
There
really
doesn't
diligently.
appear to be any activity in this meeting. If you would like to stay on the line until others join, please press 1. If not, I'll end the meeting.
Well, I guess she said it for us, huh? Does somebody want to adjourn this meeting?
We apologize.
I could use that
Mayor,
voiceover sometimes. Yes,
Mayor,
Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, I move to adjourn the City Council meeting tonight to Tuesday, May 19th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. for a closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. in compliance with the Governor's Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspended portions of Brown Act. Members of the City Council and staff to participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via cable, Channel 3 on Spectrum, Channel 31 on Frontier, over the air on 25.2, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable.
Councilman Griffith, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich? Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci,
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Good night, everyone. And remember, there is going to be a flyby tomorrow morning, sometime between 11:40 and noon. And then on Friday, we're going to have another one sometime after 10:30 on Friday. And Councilwoman Kalani said we're going to have another flyover on Saturday about 1 o'clock. So keep your eyes in the skies. And remember that your city council is working for you, and we look forward to seeing you next week. Stay safe, stay healthy, and stay with us.
Professionals and our first responders who do have to go to work, who do have to face the dangers every single day just to keep us safe. As a city, I want you to know we are committed to doing everything we possibly can to ensure your safety and wellness. Torrance cares, and we will get through these tough times together. We always do. Stay safe and healthy, and I'll see you real soon. Take care.
Hello, I'm Torrance Councilman George Chen. I'd like to first of all thank you all for re-electing me as your new District 2 council member. I am honored and inspired to have your support. We've endured some difficult times since the health crisis took over the world. We're seeing an unbelievable amount of sickness, death, concern, and anxiety. But let me remind you, we are all more resilient than we may give ourselves credit. Individually and as a whole, I've seen how Torrance cares. We may have had a tough day, a tough week, or more likely, a tough month. But I have faith in our capacity to recover and am looking forward to a vibrant